Trajune. Trajune. Trajune.
I don't think it's a computer. Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary... What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
They got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Today, we're going to be talking about the 100th anniversary of the initial publication of Velociraptor. Happened on this very day, November 7th, 1924, 100 years ago today. We're going to be talking about why this dinosaur, Velociraptor, was so obscure for so long, and what catapulted it into stardom. We're going to be looking at the original descriptive paper. We're going to be talking about the expeditions that first discovered its remains. We'll talk about all the study that's gone into this animal since then, and all of these depictions in pop culture, which have spawned a myriad of different misconceptions among the general public about Velociraptor. So I'm glad you're here. We're going to get the straight dope on one of the most famous dinosaurs nowadays. Glad you're here. If it's your very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So talking about fossils, talking about natural history, extinction, evolution, natural selection, the very philosophy of science itself. Answering as many questions as I can and trying to give you a sneak peek into how fossil science works, you know? As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Some of you were here for those, all those live streams this past summer. We did like 60 live streams from the field, digging up dinosaurs live in Wyoming and then in Utah. It was a ton of fun, and I'm looking forward to doing even more of that next year. So anyway, I'm glad all of you are here, and don't hesitate if you've got any questions today. I know we're talking about Velociraptor, but there's always cool tangents to go off on if people have questions, so don't be shy with those questions. Let's see who is here in the chat right now. Zizung says The Isle is a great game. That wasn't The Isle. That's a different game. Better game, in my opinion, called Saurian. Somebody types in !game. Come up with a command there. Or Saurian. Thank you, Lena. Yeah. Zote wants to know, will Velia be joining us tonight? Maybe. We'll see. I might have time to go wake her up if we get a big raid. Maybe while previously recorded Danny takes over. So we'll see if we get an appearance from Velia, the Velociraptor. One of our science ambassadors here. But yeah. Who else have we got in chat? Let me scroll up to the top. I know Matt M33 and Kodali were first, once again, as always. Golganak was right here at the start, too. How are you doing, Golganak? Glad to see ya. And Suppose Seppo, how are you doing? Hello. Arle, good to see you, too. Hope you're having a good day. Kawaisapod and Grim Deviant. Lenina and Damher Namer. Lukai CH. And Danish Viking, Disco Fountain, Sloppy Salamander. How are you doing, Salamander? Always good to see you. Niffler and Alia Diana. I don't recognize that name. Is it your first time here? Welcome. Glad you could make it today. Rachel Darling Endeavors and Tommy Ploticus. Tommy Ploticus jokes, 100 years of Velociraptor, they're much younger than I thought. Well, they're about 70 million years old, probably. But, it's 100 years ago today, the Velociraptor was first named in the scientific literature. Parka Luai says, that's awesome. Thank you, Parka. Good to have you here. Yeah. And Santa Claus, ho ho ho, says, Velociraptors had feathers. They did indeed. Yeah, we'll be talking about that today. We know that Velociraptor in particular had feathers, because we found quill
This
dogs
program,
on the,
all those questions will be answered.
the ulna. Trixie Horror, thank you for the follow. Hello. It's good to have you here. And Anastasia and Lup Loopers. Thing from somewhere, good to see you, Thing. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Say much Nom Nom and Ms. Yvette. Did I say hello to you yet, Kawaisapod? Welcome. And Zote. Dr. Prince Bones says, what is the meaning of life? Depends on who you ask. Me, I think the meaning of life is to do meaningful things, to help try and make the world a better place, better than it was when you found it. For me, that means talking about fossils. That means trying to advance the study of the history of life on Earth and share that with everybody that I can. That's what I'm all about. I'm glad you're here. Happy for the early stream. Got Dad's birthday dinner to go to later. Very cool, Salamander. Happy birthday to your dad. And I've got some stuff going on this evening, too, which is why I started early. I've got to wrap up the stream at 4:30 p.m., or before 4:30 p.m., California time. So, yeah. And Not Your Guy GTG says, I am new here. Welcome, Not Your Guy. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I hope all is well. Yeah. Can I ask how you found out about the channel? I would love to know. That's useful information for me. Trixie Horror says, Happy Velociraptor Day, and to you as well, Trixie Horror. I'm glad you could be here today. And there you go, Lenina. I like that, too. Santa Claus Ho-Ho says, I love your decor. Indiana Jones vibe? It's just how things are here. Shoot. Yeah. This is my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area. We change our background out every day, according to whatever the day's topic might happen to be. Today it's Velociraptor, so we've got a Velociraptor skull cast right here. We've got various images of Velociraptor, like the original description, which we're going to be looking at, from November 7th, 1924. We've got a Protoceratops skull back here. That is an animal that Velociraptor would have interacted with, probably on a regular basis. And we got a bunch of other stuff, too. Yeah, we'll be talking about a bunch of this. So, yeah. Who else have we got? Somebody gave me a sub in here, and finally here. Not your. That's wonderful. Well, thank you, whoever Gave out that gift sub. Yeah. And MS Coggins, thank you for the ongoing support. 21 months. Now at tier 2. Thank you, MS Coggins. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, Trixie Horse says I'm wearing my Science Museum of Minnesota Brontosaurus sweatshirt. Well, well, well. Here, hang on just a second. It probably looks something like this, right? I had to pull this out of the hamper, but here is my Science Museum of Minnesota Triceratops t-shirt that I got a few years back. Yeah, and I was just at the Science Museum of Minnesota last week for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting, which was held in Minneapolis. So I was just there. Took some pictures with some of the displays and stuff. This is our big global meeting for vertebrate paleontologists. And we had our reception there, which was pretty awesome. Here is me and that big old Quetzalcoatlus model that they have in the corner of the bottom floor. Pretty awesome. Great museum. If you've never been and you live anywhere near there, make sure you go. Yeah. And, oh, Not Your Guy says, we saw you at TwitchCon. Well, well, well. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining us. A couple astronomy channels. And who doesn't love dinosaurs? There you go, Anastasia. Spot on. Yeah. And some RCA looking all epic in that picture. Yeah, Germ's Germ. Roy Chapman Andrews right here, and right there too. Leader of the expedition which discovered Velociraptor in 1922. So we'll be talking about him. We'll also be talking about Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska and Halska Osmolska, Polish paleontologists, who female Polish paleontologists, who during the Polish-Mongolian expeditions found a bunch more Velociraptor skeletons. Dino Wolf, thank you.
So long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Did you like Prehistoric Park?
Prehistoric Park. Which one is that? There's so much prehistoric this and Jurassic Park that, and is that the one? Oh shoot, is that the one that Denver was a consultant on? With Nigel Marvin, right? Yeah. Yeah, my old crew chief was a scientific consultant on this series. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen it. I used to have it on DVD. But yeah, I remember liking it. Thought it was interesting for sure. But yeah, my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, somebody I've done a ton of fieldwork with over the years. Just saw him last week at SVP. There we go. There's me and Denver and Liz in front of my SVP poster. Yeah, Denver right here was the scientific consultant on Prehistoric Planet. And I think I remember him saying, he was on set for a bunch of it, and in one scene, Nigel Marvin is wearing a sweater, jumper, as Denver calls it. It's from the UK. And he's like, that's my jumper that he borrowed. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, good stuff. Got to eat cosettas. I'm not familiar with that Trixie Horror, no. No, we just did the, at the Science Museum, we were just there for the evening reception. And that was it, yeah. But yeah. Volleygirl 21 has got a great question. They say, my son would like to know what he would need to do to become a paleontologist. That is an excellent question. Let's get into it. Shoot. I get this question a lot, like, what do I do? What's the best path to becoming a paleontologist? My number one piece of advice for this is to get yourself into a museum. You'll hear a lot that you should go to university and take classes and all of this stuff, and that is important. But a paleontologist is somebody who does paleontology. If you want to become a paleontologist, I think the best thing that you can do is to start doing paleontology. If you can work your way into a museum as a volunteer, or if you can't afford to volunteer, if you can get a job in a fossil museum doing anything, custodial work, being a janitor, working the front desk, running the gift shop, whatever. If you can be there in the museum and you can interact with paleontologists, opportunities will open up for you. You'll be able to help clean the fossils in the lab or help curate them in the collections. Maybe help with exhibits or maybe go out and do field work. The best thing that you can do to put you on the track to becoming a paleontologist is to put yourself where the action is. Get yourself into a museum or, if you can, into the field to help with excavations and field work. So I hope that makes sense. Supplementing that, reading as many books and papers as you can, emailing paleontologists to ask for advice, that kind of thing. Even watching this broadcast, watching this channel, I'll answer whatever questions I can for you. But the number one thing, if you're, within workable distance of a museum, get yourself into there. Hope that makes sense. I hope that's helpful. So yeah. Oh, and hey, Jim. Speaking of paleontologists, we have in the chat right now Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Let me find a picture with Jim. There we go. Here's Jim and Fisher McDarmid at our Melvius poster at SVP. So yeah, Jim is Utah's state paleontologist, discoverer of Utahraptor, namer of Utahraptor, and Jim says the skull right here that I've got is Sagan, previously known as Velociraptor. Yeah. I think that's... I trust you on that, Jim. Yeah, this is the one that I got from Rob Gaston during the Mid-Mesozoic meeting in 2014. So, it was labeled as Velociraptor, but I guess it may have been renamed Sagan. And Didvidad, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Oh boy, somebody's dialing in some bits here.
Morning all. Did you know there's a new Velociraptor movie coming out? Here is a trailer.
Oh, I think I've heard of this one, Dinosaur Dave. It's with an invisible dromaeosaur, right? I think I've heard about that one. Yeah. And Jim says, indeed, it made the cover of Nature, although it's in private hands, that specimen. Shoot. Yeah, this one is, If you look up Velociraptor skeleton, it'll be one of the first ones. Indeed, it is the first one. Right there, from Wikipedia. This is that same skull. And Rob Gaston molded and cast this. It's on the Wikipedia page for Velociraptor is like the banner image. The primary image there, but has this one been renamed, reclassified as Sagan? It says here, remounted V. mongoliensis cast at the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. We'll be talking about that today, too. These other genera that were once called Velociraptor and have been since split into different genera. Yeah. Anyhow. And find type skull. Go back up, says Jim. So the type skull is this one. This was Osborne, 1924. Yeah.
This is where it really fits.
And thank you, VolleyGirl21, for the follow. Appreciate that. Good to have you here. Yeah, here's a diagram with some of the different skulls. Some of those are Velociraptor osmolskae now, I think. And here's the holotype skull right here. The original, published in 1924. We'll be going into that publication in a little bit. This one definitely does look different. For one thing, it's got the sclerotic ossicles inside. Those little bones inside the eye. But, yeah. It looks fairly similar, but it might be that the contacts between the max and pre-max are different. It's kind of hard to tell there. Yeah.
What are dinosaurs?
And Villas Pix, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Spencemus says, what are the differing characteristics between Sagan and Velociraptor? I assume it's like morphology of the skull, and they might be stratigraphically separated too. Frankly, these guys probably need a more intensive study. Yeah, so Velociraptor, and this phylogeny comes out sister to Shri right there, and then Balaur, really? Balaur next to that? Huh. But Sagan and Linharaptor are more distant from Velociraptor than Deinonychus is? That's almost hard to believe. Yeah. There's a diagram of the skull of Sagan. And then there's a picture of the holotype skull. This is an AM&H specimen. It's probably now in Mongolia at this point. But yeah, that does look different from this. The interorbital fenestra seems to be a different shape. Although there's some crushing going on. Interesting. Anyway. Looks different from this guy. Yeah. Here. Do this so we can compare. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. There's a bunch of different sources of variation in dinosaur skulls, and not all of them are natural. You have taphonomic, or not all of them are biological, I should say. Phylogenetic. You've got taphonomic differences in prep. Sometimes the specimen gets damaged during excavation. All kinds of stuff like that. Got to be careful with. And Lup Looper says, what is a holotype? A holotype is the original specimen of an organism that's the name-bearing specimen. So when you're going to name a new living thing, or extinct living thing, when you're going to give it a name, you have to designate, like, this is the original specimen that everyone will compare to. So if somebody finds something similar, they'll compare it to that original holotype specimen. And if it looks different, then maybe it's a new species. But the holotype is that original example that you specify, and it's like, this is the thing that's going to hold that name. You know? It's the OG. It's the original specimen. That make sense? Yeah. But yeah. And Jim says maybe 4 types, very similar animals with different skull features in the Jujocta Formation. Interesting. Yeah. Jim, you know, my first instinct is to always ask if these things are oversplit. But that's my own personal bias here. I wish we had a better idea of what's going on with the strat and a lot of this late Cretaceous stuff in Mongolia. But yeah. And James Napoli is revising all those cranial Asian skulls as part of his PhD. Very cool, Jim. Very cool. Yeah. Oh, and Circule says, can a holotype change over time if, say, a better, more complete specimen is found? That's a good question. I don't know if you would still call it a holotype. You might designate what we call a neotype. So, here, I'll give you an example. Troodon is a dinosaur. It was really the first dinosaur ever named from North America. And when it was first found, when it was named, it was based on a single tooth. The name Troodon means wounding tooth. But as it turns out, that tooth is not particularly diagnostic. There's not a lot of features on that tooth that can tell you that, you know, that help designate this as like a new animal. And so there's a team right now, I think led by my undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio. They're working on designating a neotype. Because this holotype tooth, it's just a tooth, you know? And what can you really tell from just a single tooth? So they've got some other specimens of what they think is the same animal from the same time in Montana, from the Two Medicine Formation, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure this one is from the Two Med. And they're going to designate a neotype, where they've got like decent part of the skeleton with all kinds of features on it that are better for comparing. So that's a neotype. So, type in biology. A type is a particular specimen, or in some cases a group of specimens, of an organism to which the scientific name of that organism is formally associated. In other words, a type is an example that serves to anchor or centralize the defining features of that particular taxon. Taxon is like a group of living things that are all related. Yeah. So yeah, neotype here is a specimen later selected to serve as the single type specimen when an original holotype has been lost or destroyed, or when the original author never cited a specimen. Or in some cases, it'll be if that original holotype specimen just isn't that good, you can designate a neotype. And this is like a formal thing that you have to, I believe you have to petition the ICZN for this. The ICZN is the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. And it's an international body that, if you want to like make changes to what the scientific name of an organism, if you want to kind of like bend the rules a little bit or make an exception, you've got to petition the ICZN. They're out of, I want to say, Switzerland? Yeah. Let's see. Anywho, and the actual code is, it's a PDF online or it's a book, and I happen to have that book right over here. An older edition of it. The new one's pretty expensive. And there it is. A little red book like that. The International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. So this has all of the rules inside, both in English and in French, for how how organisms should be named, and if you need to make changes and stuff like that. The rules are all outlined in here. So, yeah. Status of names and official indices. Holotypes. Holotype is a single specimen upon which a new nominal species group taxon is based in the original publication. For specimens eligible to be holotypes in colonial animals and protozoa, see Article 72C. So there's all kinds of different rules in here, all laid out in black and white. But sometimes you get weird cases where you want to make an exception. Sometimes it behooves you to bend the rules a little bit, and so you can petition the ICZN and make your case, and then they'll have an official ruling. And that's what Dave Verricchio is going to try to do for Troodon, to get a neotype assigned so that he can save that name. Since the name is attached to a single tooth, it's a good name. We don't want that name to go away. It could be really confusing if we start calling Troodon a different name. So in order to save that name, he's going to try and assign a neotype specimen to it. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. And Paleo Jim says, holotype not changed unless not diagnostic. Yeah. I mean, that's... If not diagnostic, the name is tossed out. Yeah, that's why, I agree with you, Jim. That's why Dave Verricchio is trying to get a neotype assigned so that he can save the name Troodon there. But yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, in some older books, it is mentioned that Troodon was once thought to be a pachycephalosaur tooth. Yeah, and before that it was thought to be a lizard. When Joseph Leidy first named Troodon in 1856, I think, he thought it was from a lizard. So the animals had a complicated taxonomic history, for sure. Originally thought to be a squamate, a lizard. Then later, when pachycephalosaurs were discovered, they said, oh, these teeth look kind of similar to the premax teeth of pachycephalosaurs. It must be a pachycephalosaur. And so those animals were called troodontids for a while. And then they were called stenonychosaurs, and then it was realized that, oh shoot, it's the same animal as Troodon, probably, and it's complicated. I'm hoping we can bring Dave Verricchio on, maybe during his winter break, when he is not teaching, to talk about Troodon and that complicated history and everything. It'll be a good time. Yeah. And MJ Builds says, I'll assume you got it. Shipping lately, it worries me. Got what, MJ Builds? I think I missed what you were talking about. Yeah. And there you go, Trixie Horror, yeah. Binomial nomenclature. I do that too, because I'm a scientist. But yeah. Oh! The kayak! MJ Builds! Yes! Holy cow. Let me go get that real quick. I looked all around the box to see if there was any indication of who it was from, and they didn't put a slip in there. Let me go grab that. Hang on just a second. Yes! MJ Builds, thank you so much. I've had these before, and they are wonderful. This is a portable, inflatable kayak. And I might be able to use this for field work this year, depending on where I go. I could just load it into the car, and then when the time is right, inflate it. It comes with a pump. And with the portable paddles and everything else, it is fantastic. This is glorious. I really appreciate it. Holy moly. Very generous of you. I appreciate that tremendously. So thank you. Spectacular. Yeah. This is gonna potentially help me out a lot in my travels. So thank you for that. I really enjoy kayaking, and I haven't gotten to do it very much since I moved to this new place. But I used to live right next to the canal, the Oakland estuary, the tidal canal, whatever you want to call it, between Oakland and Alameda. So, tidal canal. There we go. Yeah. So there's a little island in San Francisco Bay called Alameda. Here it is here. That's the island. Oh, there we go. Yeah, and it didn't used to be an island. It just used to be like a peninsula. And then in the 1930s, they dredged it all out, so it was navigable by water all the way around. This is where they used to have a big naval base here in Alameda during World War II and subsequently. They've since closed it. But, yeah, I lived right there in an apartment building.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Samar Faye, thank you for the 6 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, that's my old building right over there that I used to live in.
Always ate their vegetables.
And Fiona the T-Rex, well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sounds like you're in the right place. Anyway, yeah, I used to be able to take my kayak out all the time over there, and then I had to get rid of it when I moved away to where I live now. Now I've got another one, so if I want to, I can go back over there, and I can bring this out into the field and do all kinds of cool stuff, so I am excited. Yeah. And Apio says it's where the nuclear vessels were in the Star Trek movie with the whales. Yes! As we all know, Star Trek IV, Revenge of the Whales. One of the few Star Trek films that I've seen, and definitely my favorite one. It was excellent. Victorious, thank you for gifting Fiona the T-Rex. I appreciate that, Victorious. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho. And I hear the fishing is good there, says Trixie Horror. I see people fishing there, but the water's so polluted that it doesn't seem like a good idea. But I have seen some really cool stuff. And Fiona the T-Rex, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Here, if we go to June 2023, maybe a little bit earlier, I used to see bat rays all the time. Which is, who's that? Myodelphus, I think? No. Myleobatus. Myleobatus californica is the California bat ray. I would see them there in the canal all the time. Oh, and here's pictures of a bald eagle that I saw out there too. This was actually at Alameda Beach. But that was pretty neat. Yeah. Anyway, I do kind of miss living right next to the water. That was a ton of fun. And I used to see all kinds of shorebirds out there every morning when I'd go on morning walks. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. But I do still occasionally make my way over there. I live a little bit further inland now, in a different town, and but yeah, it's always a good time when you can get out to the beach and just kind of enjoy nature like that, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Today, like I said, is the 100th anniversary of the publication of Velociraptor. So that's our topic. Anybody in chat have Velociraptor as one of their favorite dinosaurs? Let me know. There's so many misconceptions about this animal. We're going to go over those today. And we're going to talk about why this critter was suddenly catapulted into fame in the late 20th century after having been first discovered in 1922, named in 1924. Yeah. Raziel Ball says, absolutely, they are cool. They are very cool. Yeah. Oh, you're an evolutionary biologist. Very cool, Fiona the T-Rex. Thank you, Kodali, for reposting that. That is awesome. Well, it's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. As the name implies, I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs in particular, studying them, publishing on them in the scientific literature, and digging them up during the summers, like we do live on stream in Utah and Wyoming, and maybe some other states too this next year. Very excited. And concentration in genetics. I work with restriction enzymes and do gene splicing. Very, very cool. Excellent. So you're primarily a lab person. Nice. I spend more time in the field than I do in the lab nowadays. But, yeah. Yeah, anyhow. Let's pull up my notes here for today's stream. And let's get into let's get into kind of setting the stage. Back in the 1920s, there were a series of American expeditions that went into East Asia, into China, and then into Mongolia. They were called, paradoxically, the Central Asiatic Expeditions, despite taking place in Eastern Asia. But, let's see. There were some good clips of this in this documentary here.
And the
Find that for you real quick. There we go.
But it's a paleontologist version of heaven.
This is the Gobi Desert of
where
Mongolia.
the oviraptors lived and died and lay untouched in the earth for millennia.
And thank you, Hope909, for the subscription. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Then in 1922, one of the most famous...
Hang on a second. We're getting a Sweetie Pie visit here. Let's activate our cat cam. How you doing, Sweetie Pie? Hi. You heard I was streaming, huh? You want to come over and say hello? Yeah. How you doing, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. You want to say hello to everybody on Velociraptor Day? Yeah. There we go. Good to see you, sweetie. You want some treats, don't you? Is that why you came over here? Yeah, let's make that happen for you. Ooh, yeah. There you go. These are dental treats, so they are supposed to be good for her. The vet specifically recommended I give her more of these every day. Take care of those chompers. You're a mammal. You've only got one set of adult teeth. Make sure we take care of them. And Hope says the cat is the reason I subscribed. Well, I am grateful. Thank you for that. And Sweetie Pie's grateful too. Helps us afford those treats. There you go, the spy. We'll be talking about that today. Why the Deinonychus in Jurassic Park get called Velociraptor. It's an interesting story, actually. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Is that all of them? Oh, looks like you get them all. She's doing treat search. I think that's all of them. Yeah, let's give you a couple more. Still hungry. Oh, and Spoax Baton, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm sorry our raid alerts are still not working, but hello, hello. Spoax Baton, am I saying that correctly? And Hanabimonk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How was your stream, Spoax? I hope it was really good. We're just paying the landlord here real quick before we get back to talking about Velociraptor here. And make sure that we pay rent. But how are things? Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Today happens to be the 100th anniversary of the original publication of Velociraptor. So we're celebrating today and learning all about this cool critter and why it kind of languished in obscurity for a long time before being catapulted into stardom. Spoiler alert, it might have something to do with Jurassic Park. that sudden explosion of popularity. But I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. All right, good stuff, sweetie pie. Good stuff. And it went good. Want to show my viewers your knowledge. I appreciate that, Spoax. I appreciate that. And let me know if there's a better name a better way I can pronounce your name. I don't want to butcher that. Again, I appreciate you bringing everybody over. Oh, I'll see you later, sweetie pie. Well. So, it was in the 1920s, 1922 in particular, that Velociraptor was first discovered in the Gobi Desert of Mongolia. This is a global hotspot for dinosaur fossils, and that was first realized back in the 1920s with the Central Asiatic expeditions. I'll give you some background right here.
Desolate area. 500,000 dusty square miles of sand, scrub, and red rock cliffs.
Oh, interesting, Trekner. Okay.
But it's a paleontologist version of heaven, for this is where the oviraptors lived and died, and lay untouched in the earth for millennia. Then in 1922, one of the most famous scientific expeditions in history wound its way toward Mongolia's dinosaur graveyard.
Yep. So this is Roy Chapman Andrews. Some people say that this real-life figure was the inspiration for the fictional character of Indiana Jones. There are a lot of similarities, and yeah, it would make a lot of sense. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg may very well have been inspired by the life of Roy Chapman Andrews when they were dreaming up that fictional character. But the cool thing is, RCA was very real, and just kind of the consummate explorer adventurer. One of my heroes growing up.
Toward Mongolia's dinosaur graveyard.
Dinosaurs. The terrible lizards.
And Woof Meow Ack, thank you for the follow. Hello. Thanks for joining us.
The leader was a charismatic and controversial explorer named Roy Chapman Andrews. Like Mark and Mike, he came from the American Museum of Natural History. But Andrews was an incurable publicity hound.
Yep.
And a scientific cowboy.
Yeah, kind of.
Where his paleontologist used a camel hair brush, Andrews hacked away with a pickaxe.
That's not actually Andrews here on the right. Although I think this is Walter Granger, who is the head paleontologist on the expeditions. And really kind of an unsung hero here. He did most of the scientific work. I'm pretty sure that might be Ernest Shackelford. The guy who actually discovered Velociraptor was Shackelford. I think that's him right there. So, yeah.
But he found one of the richest dinosaur boneyards in the world.
Yep.
He
That's
returned
a mammal
with
scapula.
a spectacular collection of fossils and a library of stunning film images.
And Spavach. Oh, okay. Spavach, thank you. I appreciate that.
But in the 1920s, communists seized power in Mongolia. The open door to the west slammed shut. For the next 65 years, the fabulous fossil fields of the Gobi were forbidden territory.
Well, forbidden territory for Americans. There were the Polish-Mongolian expeditions and the Soviet-Mongolian expeditions as well during that time. Yeah. A lot of important work took place there. This is a very American-centric kind of view of things. Very limited, verging on false. But yeah.
Fabulous fossil fields of the Gobi were forbidden territory.
Anywho, I'll scoot forward a little bit until we get to more of this stuff. There we go.
Even getting there can be a nightmare.
So this documentary kind of chronicles some of the first American expeditions to go back. Actually, some of the first is probably not fair. There were ones before this too. But in the 1990s, the American Museum of Natural History in New York City mounted these big expeditions to Mongolia, and they took film crews along with them and found a bunch of really cool animals, including, I think, more specimens of Velociraptor and related dromaeosaurs as well. Yeah. So interspersed throughout this is like stock footage, archival stuff of the original Central Asiatic expeditions, which is why we're watching
Roy Chapman Andrews thought he'd solved the problem in the 20s with a new piece of technology.
The auto car.
When it was announced that we were to attempt a scientific exploration
In Mizavet, thank you for gifting Spavach. I appreciate that, Mizavet. Thank you, thank you.
of the Gobi Desert with a fleet of motor cars, men said that we were little less than fools. Only camels had been used in that country. We had 40 men, 8 motor cars, and 150 camels to carry supplies.
So this was the
biggest land scientific expedition ever to leave the United States.
I was just about to say that, yeah.
Roy Chapman Andrews.
Yep.
From China.
So this is like, headline news. There were newsreels and stuff about this. Roy Chapman Andrews, he was on the cover of Time magazine. He was one of the most famous people in the world at the time. These expeditions they got a lot of attention. Hugely popular. And it was discovery of dinosaur eggs that was kind of the big headline news from this. They also discovered Velociraptor. But that was like a footnote here, oddly enough. And Charlie's Dragon says, I'm impressed that they went through the Badlands of Mongolia in 1920s cars, though. It can be hard enough to do it with modern cars. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, they got stuck a lot.
Andrews headed northwest. He left Peking,
modern-day Beijing,
crossed over the border, and drove deep into the parched heart of outer Mongolia.
Peking is the same as modern-day Beijing, right?
Mongolia, a land of painted deserts dancing in mirage. Mongolia, a land of mystery, of paradox and promise. A thirsty land, a land of desolation. Gazelles, wild asses, and wolves ranged the marching sands. Few explorers had been there, and they brought back tales of thirst, cold, and hunger.
But Andrews found one more thing. Mud.
Yeah. So they didn't have an easy go of it.
It was only 4 miles an hour. Rocks, ravines, washouts, and ditches followed one another in rapid succession.
One might imagine that the roads have gotten better. They have not. And even modern Jeeps aren't built for a desert like the Gobi.
Especially not a Dodge Chrysler Jeep. Dodge Chrysler Fiat. Ugh. These are like the Russian Jeeps, though. I think they're called gas trucks, or maybe gas trucks are the larger ones. Anyway, kind of notoriously unreliable. Just like Dodge Chrysler Fiat Jeeps. Stellaris Jeeps. Oh boy. Anyway. And Golganek says they had perfectly good camels. Why take cars? Because the cars were a lot faster, on average. And so they had camels and they had cars. The idea was that they would load up the camels with a bunch of heavy supplies and stuff like that. Spare tires and wheels and parts for the vehicles. Plaster of Paris and food and burlap and all kinds of other supplies. So there would be a camel caravan that would take off first and kind of slowly snake its way across the Gobi. And then at certain points it would meet up with the vehicle caravan to resupply them. So they were trying to kind of have the best of both worlds there. The reliability and steadfastness of camels, and then the speed and convenience of motor cars. And despite a lot of hiccups, it worked. was pretty cool. It was a big gamble, you know? No one had, cars were fairly new at this time. Nobody had ever thought to bring them into the Gobi Desert, and at a few points, the cars actually ended up saving their skins because there are a few moments where local bandits had decided to try and hold up the expedition and rob them. And at one point, Roy Chapman Andrews was able to get into a car and then just charge at them with the car, because he knew from experience, from previous work in Mongolia, that the Mongolian ponies that the bandits were riding would spook at the sound of a car. And so he just takes off after them like 40 miles an hour, and sure enough, the horses panic and just go running over the horizon, basically. There's a ton of stories like this about the Central Asiatic expeditions. A lot of it's harrowing stuff. Almost the sort of thing that you might imagine from, you know, like an Indiana Jones type story. It's an excellent book about this. There we go. Dragon Hunter by Charles Gallenkamp is a biography of Roy Chapman Andrews and a chronicle of the Central Asiatic expeditions. This is my copy that I had way back in 4th grade when I had to do an explorer report in elementary school. So everyone was supposed to pick a famous explorer to do a book report on. And so most of my classmates picked, you know, Columbus or Amerigo Vespucci or, you know, Hernan Cortez or somebody like that. And of course they had like little books that they got from the school library, like, yeah, here's a 15-page book on Amerigo Vespucci. I wasn't content with that. I got this book, read it cover to cover, I don't know how many times. It's well over 300 pages. There's some adult themes in here too that maybe were not suitable for a 4th grader, but I just devoured this. And yeah, Roy Chapman Andrews was a childhood hero of mine as a result. Excellent book. Highly recommend. Really well written. But yeah. And that's on your bookshelf now? Nice, Germ. It's a good one. Really well written. So anyway, upon arriving out in the Gobi Desert, they started to make fossil discoveries.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Nix Nocturna, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Alia Diana says, impressive you had such interest from so young and it stuck. Yeah, that's true of a lot of different paleontologists. So many of us, you know, we went through a dinosaur phase early on, or a phase about extinct animals in general, fossils. And then, you know, it just stuck with us. Sometimes I say that I had a bad case of dinomania as a child, and it turned out to be terminal. You know, I've never recovered. A lot of us as fossil scientists are like that. Not everybody. Some people picked up the fossil bug later on in life, but for me it was like 1 or 2 years old probably. Yeah.
Then in the 1920s, Roy Chapman Andrews came to a remote place in the Gobi Desert he would name the Flaming...
Really bad case. There you go, Arla. Yeah, that's my dad there, everybody. He knows.
It was a likely-looking place. There appeared to be medieval castles with spires and turrets, brick red in the evening light, colossal gateways, walls and ramparts. A labyrinth of ravines and gorges studded with fossil bones make a paradise for the paleontologist. Without a doubt, there were hundreds of bones lying just beneath the surface. But where? If only my eyes could pierce that baffling surface and get a glimpse of what lay concealed.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils. Andrews and his team had stumbled onto the mother lode of dinosaur bones.
Yep.
They discovered the remains of some 200 different animals, many of them completely new species. The fossils
Those are fossil
revealed
mammals
a
there.
world that Andrews found alien and terrifying.
There's Protoceratops right there, like in our background for today's stream. The most common dinosaur that you find out in Cretaceous rocks in the Gobi.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Anyway, yeah.
It was an image.
Yeah. Here we go, and then the discovery of the eggs here.
In circles to move forward. Roy Chapman Andrews, too, spent more than a few days wandering the Gobi. But in the end, he blundered into a discovery that stunned the world. A member of his expedition literally stumbled across a critical link in the great chain of being.
This is really funny because they make it seem like they captured this on film. This is footage from 1922, I think it was. But they restaged the discovery after the fact. They brought film cameras along with them, and that was kind of one of those strokes of genius that Andrews had is, like I said, he was a publicity hound. He knew that if he were able to get footage from their fieldwork out there in Mongolia, they could bring that back to the States and they could make newsreels and they could get the public really excited about science. And it worked. Oh man, it worked.
The world. A member of his expedition literally stumbled across
I think Shackelford did.
In the great chain of being.
Their cameraman, I think, originally discovered the eggs.
On July 13th, George Olson...
No, it was George Olson.
...that he had found some fossil eggs. We did not take his story very seriously. Nevertheless, we were all curious enough to go with him to inspect his find. There could be no mistake. Our paleontologist finally said, "Gentlemen, there is no doubt about it. You are looking at the first dinosaur egg ever found."
And there should have been some doubt about that because dinosaur eggs had previously been found in France and in Montana and had even been reported on in the scientific literature, but nobody made a big deal out of them at the time. So for most intents and purposes, these were the first dinosaur eggs ever found because they were the first ones that got any attention. But there had been dinosaur eggs found in North America and Europe prior to this. Yeah.
The discovery made Roy Chapman Andrews a national hero.
Yep.
But the eggs were not alone. Lying above the nest was a bizarre skeleton, a bird-like dinosaur unknown to man. It had apparently been caught in the act of murder, stealing the eggs. So it was forever cursed with the name Oviraptor, Latin for egg thief. It would be years before we discovered the strange truth about the animal called Oviraptor.
Yes. So, that was 1922 that Oviraptor was discovered, if memory serves. 2 years later, it would be scientifically published. And here is that original publication in the American Museum Novitatis. This is the in-house journal of the American Museum of Natural History, published November 7th, 1924. Henry Fairfield Osborn, the same guy who named Tyrannosaurus Rex, is lead author on this. He probably had other authors too, but he was kind of a snooty bigwig type guy, and he sometimes didn't give credit to his co-authors or people who did some of the actual work. Yeah. Anyhow, I've got thoughts about Henry Fairfield Osborn. for sure. And here we go. Oviraptor and Thank you. Lordy just brought me some tea. Thank you, Lordy. Yeah, he named 3 different theropod dinosaurs in here. Oviraptor was the one that got all of the attention at first. There is the skull illustrated there. Really crushed, and it's really kind of a shame that it looked like this. The generic name, Oviraptor, and specific names of this animal, Oviraptor signifying egg seizer or egg thief, and Phyloceratops signifying fondness for ceratopsian eggs, may entirely mislead us as to its feeding habits and belie its character. And that's funny that he said that. I feel like he was trying to hedge his bets, and it's a good thing that he did. Yeah, Oviraptor was one of those animals. Sauronithoides was another one right here, troodontid dinosaur. And then also Velociraptor. 3 different dinosaurs named in this same paper. Sauronithoides and Velociraptor were the obscure ones at first. It was Oviraptor that got all of the attention. I'll show you. If we go into some of the books from that era, like maybe this one right here, Roy Chapman Andrews is all about dinosaurs. Protoceratops and Velociraptor, Protoceratops and Oviraptor, I think get most of the attention, as he's talking about those dinosaurs of the Flaming Cliffs. Illustrations of those camels, camel caravan, dinosaur egg hunting, baby Protoceratops hatching out of the eggs. Yeah. And I don't actually know if he mentions Oviraptor in here. But anyway, in a ton of older dinosaur books, you will see illustrations of Oviraptor stealing Protoceratops eggs. Oviraptor was the most famous theropod dinosaur from that scientific paper and from the Gobi in general. Velociraptor remained obscure for a long time. Dinosaur paleontologists knew about it, but hardly anybody in the general public knew or cared about that critter. Darkwood Dragon, thank you for the follow. Funny, that first one wasn't a dinosaur, it was a Dimetrodon. Anyway, appreciate the follow nonetheless. And hi to you, Quantum Quester. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me show you an example of another dinosaur book that came out prior to the 1990s that I think will feature Oviraptor and will probably not feature Velociraptor. I've got a lovely book from, here we go, the library of the late Bill Clemens. Bill Clemens, a towering figure in mammal paleontology. There's the book right here. There's Bill's name right there, Bill Clemens. This is published in 1981. And so there's kind of an encyclopedia of dinosaurs in here, very old-fashioned illustrations. And they do have Velociraptor, that's funny. But I bet you they'll have Oviraptor in here too. It's funny, I wasn't expecting to see Velociraptor here. But number 17 is supposed to be Velociraptor. 17 Velociraptor, where's this guy? That's funny, that's not a very Velociraptor-like skull. That's actually pretty lousy. This one looks more Velociraptor-like. But I guess that's supposed to be Sauronithoides, number 16. Anyway, suffice to say that Velociraptor was obscure back then, at least to the general public. If there were another dinosaur that's a close relative that were much more popular, it was Deinonychus, and for good reason. The discovery of Deinonychus in 1965 by John Ostrom's crew in Montana helped reshape the way that we looked at dinosaurs. This book right here, David Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia, from the early 80s, kind of helps illustrate this. There we go. Dromaeosauridae are these meat-eating dinosaurs with the hypertrophied digit 2 claw right here. The killing claw that Velociraptor is famous for. We've got Deinonychus, front and center. Bow! There it is. The most well-known of the dromaeosaurs at the time. And you've got Dromaeosaurus here, who lent its name to the whole group. Dromaeosauridae. It's named after Dromaeosaurus. And then here in the background, almost as an afterthought, is Velociraptor. We've got an illustration of a Velociraptor skull, drawn from Osborne's original publication right there. But most of this is about Deinonychus. Most of this is about Deinonychus, too. There is a Velociraptor skeleton. We'll talk about that more later. Some of you already know what this is, and man, is it exciting. But, yeah. The point is, Deinonychus was the famous one. Velociraptor was obscure. And in his original description of it, it's not very long, Osborne writes, this skull was found in the soft sandstone matrix. Thank you, Anaheim TF, for the follow. Appreciate it. Soft sandstone matrix lying alongside a skull of Protoceratops andrewsi. Although slender and diminutive, there is nonetheless of typical megalosaurian or theropod type, suggesting a family relationship to the Megalosauridae. This is so far back that we're still using Megalosauridae as kind of a grab bag family term for all theropod dinosaurs. Yeah. Adapted to the sudden seizure of light and swift-moving prey. Sharply compressed, strongly recurved phalanges, fingers, facilitating the holding of prey. The long rostrum, snout, and wide gape of the jaws indicate that the prey was not only living, but of considerable size. And here is that killing claw, the hypertrophy digit 2 claw of Velociraptor right here. Cool stuff. So this is that original publication from 1924. It's not a long publication, and it's one of 3 dinosaurs named in this same paper. But the thing is, Osborne had a knack for coming up with really good names for his animals. He named Tyrannosaurus Rex, for one, and that is, the most, I think, one of the most evocative, the most popular and well-remembered dinosaur name of all, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's this kind of legendary aura to it. He also named Velociraptor. Although with only one specimen known from 1922, it wasn't well known to the public. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, we'll get to that. And Steely Dan, yes. Yeah. You're saying Velociraptor's the same birthday as you? Prolevem Tut, yes indeed. November 7th. It was on November 7th, 1924, that Velociraptor was first described. So you share a birthday with Velociraptor. Happy birthday to you, by the way. I hope you're having a good one. Thanks for spending part of your special day with us. That's wonderful. I appreciate it. Good stuff. we go. And now, let's talk a little bit more about the Central Asiatic expeditions and watch a clip from that, just to kind of set the stage. We're going to stay here in the 1920s for a minute before we move into the 1960s and those Polish-Mongolian expeditions and more specimens of Velociraptor being discovered. But take a look at this really, really cool video from AM&H right here. This is a 360 video.
The Gobi Desert is a vast place. It occupies 500,000 square miles, one of the largest deserts in the world. The Gobi is also one of the few great large areas that's a real treasure for dinosaurs, early mammals, and other forms of prehistoric life. The Central Asiatic expeditions, headed by Roy Chapman Andrews from the American Museum of Natural History, occurred between 1922 and 1930. Roy Chapman Andrews was one of the most famous explorers in the museum's history. Roy was the leader, he was the organizer, he was the fundraiser. He was very flamboyant, kind of a dashing explorer figure. The Central Asiatic expeditions were a massive, massive undertaking. Over 120 camels, 40 scientists and technicians. It was the first time that an expedition extensively used motor cars. So it was a very elaborate and a highly organized effort. This is not a hospitable place, the Gobi Desert. And in the 1920s, a very poorly mapped, a very poorly known region. It really presented a lot of challenges and a lot of dangers to the expedition.
So I also want to pause here for a second to point out that this is the voice of Michael Novacek, who wrote the book Time Traveler that I recommended so heartily on yesterday's stream. There we go. Yeah. Time Traveler in Search of Dinosaurs and Ancient Mammals from Montana to Mongolia. Excellent book. One of the ones that I always recommend to aspiring paleontologists. It's like an autobiography of Michael Novacek's time doing fieldwork. All over the world, digging up fossils in inhospitable environments. So many travails in this book. You feel so bad for him. Like getting his head split open by a runaway horse, or getting severe gastric distress by drinking bad water in Wyoming, all kinds of stuff like that. You know, being accosted by bandits in Yemen, and he had quite a rough and tumble existence out there in the field. Highly recommend this book, though. If you want to know what paleontological fieldwork is like, this is the best book that I could recommend to you. And there's a Velociraptor skull right there on the cover. Nalp777, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Novacek also wrote another book called Dinosaurs of the Flaming Cliffs that focuses on his team's work in Mongolia back in the 90s. And that's right. Dinosaurs of the Flaming Cliffs. Some of this information is repeated in Time Traveler. But he wrote this book first, and it was pretty successful. So I guess he decided to write a full autobiography about his work in the field everywhere after that. So both of them excellent books, really, really good writing style. Like, Novacek's prose is some of my favorite paleontological popular science writing. Just stupendous. I think you'll really like it. So if you're looking for a good kind of narrative work of nonfiction, reads like an adventure story without being contrived, it's very natural, check out those books. Novacek is a brilliant writer. Yeah. But yeah. Thrift Book's getting all my money today, says Germs Germ. Oh man, these books you're gonna love them. They're so good. Yeah. And builds character, says Real Jessica. Built something. Yeah. Anywho, back to, that's right here. That's Novacek's voice you're hearing.
Dust storms and high winds. There were poisonous snakes, there were bandits, and it's hard to find your way around. At the very end of the field season in 1922, Roy Chapman Andrews and the expedition were lost. Roy and some members of the team got out of their vehicles to ask for directions. But while they were doing that, their cameraman, Shackleford, walked over to the edge of this plateau and looked down, and he saw this amazing array of red cliffs, the Flaming Cliffs. Yeah. Shackleford walked down and he started to find fossils. And then he was joined by other members of the team, and they started crawling around and they started finding all this stuff. But it...
Thank you, Pokazu, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
It was already the end of the season, and they knew they had to come back. Well, they did come back in 1923, and the rest is history. They found all these dinosaurs there, Protoceratops, oviraptors, the dinosaur nest eggs, and some very small, very important fossil mammals. So this is a very...
And then he goes into detail about the mammals. We're going to ignore the mammals for now, just because, well, we're supposed to be talking about Velociraptor today. Maybe we'll do another stream about Mongolian Mesozoic mammals at some point. But, yeah. There was mammals noted. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
In the late 20s, the winds of change blew fiercely over the great dinosaur fields of Mongolia.
Yep.
That's when Roy Chapman Andrews was forced to leave the Gobi forever.
So, part of why they were denied re-entry to Mongolia in 1926 or 7, I think it was because Roy Chapman Andrews had an idea. In order to increase publicity and get more funding for the expeditions, as kind of a PR stunt, he auctioned off a Mongolian dinosaur egg. It was just a single egg. They had a whole bunch of these that they had collected and brought back to New York. I think they had like one loose one, and they said, why don't we auction it off? We don't need the money from it necessarily, but that idea of an egg auction will really get the public excited. And get the public excited it did. That egg sold for $5,000, which was a lot of money back in the 1920s. But that's a drop in the bucket compared to, you know, the cost of this expedition, which I think it cost like $700,000 or something, the previous one. A staggering amount of money in the 1920s. So while they were really successful in getting the public excited with this dinosaur egg auction, they really ticked off the Mongolian officials and the Chinese officials too. They had been suspicious of Andrews for a long time. They thought that he might be an American spy. They wondered why the Americans would be sending these huge expeditions into the Gobi Desert of all places. They didn't really believe that they were after fossils. They thought maybe he was exploring for oil or something like that, and maybe this would be the spearhead of an American invasion or something like that. They thought something was real suspicious about this. And then when he auctions off the dinosaur egg, it just inflamed those suspicions more. I don't think they realized that it hadn't really sold for that much, but they thought, oh, well, this kind of demonstrates this is a profit-making endeavor that the Americans are doing here. We're not going to let them back in. And so they didn't. That was the end of the Central Asiatic expeditions after that. So yeah. Moosh says, I'd be suspicious too. I mean, yeah. And Cirque says 1920s, $5,000 adjusting for inflation is probably near $1 million today. I don't think it's that high. But yeah. And Suave Oreo says it's America. Could you blame them? Yeah, I know. So, they're not let back into Mongolia after this.
That's when Roy Chapman Andrews was forced to leave the Gobi forever.
Deathosaurus says, I thought he wasn't let back due to the turmoil going on in China during that time as well. So yeah, China has got some like political upheavals, but also the Russian Revolution had happened not too long before this. And Mongolia is starting to side with the Soviets. The country of Mongolia has got a really interesting history, and that it's one of the world's largest landlocked countries. And after the time of Genghis Khan, when Mongolia essentially ruled the continent, they even tried to take over Japan multiple times. After that time period is over, Mongolia spent centuries basically in a tug of war between Russia and China. You've got these two massive, powerful countries that are each trying to pull Mongolia apart, trying to exert their influence over the country, trying to basically take it over. And so Mongolia at sometimes sided with the Chinese, and at sometimes sided with the Russians. And then in the 1920s, they're siding with the Russians. The Russian Revolution has just happened. Communists have seized power in Russia. And Mongolia's like, you know what? That seems pretty good. We're going to ally with them. That's part of the reason why they kicked the Americans out, too. There were new government officials who came in, and they were deeply suspicious of the American expeditions. Yeah, so that, combined with that big snafu about the egg auctions and stuff, it's, why Mongolia was closed off to American scientists. Charlie's Dragon says, sometimes you want somebody big and strong to have your back. Yeah. There's a really excellent kind of discussion of this dynamic in another good book that I can recommend to you. Here we go. The Dinosaur Artist by Paige Williams. This goes into the Central Asiatic expeditions a little bit, but it's primarily a story of fossil smuggling out of Mongolia more recently, when Americans and people from other countries have stolen fossils from Mongolia throughout the 90s and 2000s. And, yeah, obsession, betrayal, and the quest for Earth's ultimate trophy. There's a lot of discussion of the kind of political history of Mongolia in order to make all these events make sense in the book. Highly recommend. You can get this as an audiobook, too. It's well read, like, good narrator. I'd recommend it. You can find it on Audible and stuff. And, Ms. Vet says, why does it say artist? Well, it's supposed to be like con artist, like a scammer. Eric Prokopi was the name of a commercial fossil dealer and fossil smuggler who went to prison for stealing some dinosaur fossils from Mongolia and then selling them at auction, really brazenly, in the United States. There was that famous case with a Tarbosaurus skeleton, which was purchased at auction by Nicolas Cage, the actor. Wonder if we can find. Here we go. This is from TMZ of all things. Let's see if this is any good. Oh boy.
Welcome to TMZ Jurassic, starring Nicolas Cage, Mongolia, and one of these ugly bastards.
Boy.
The government
Hey,
of Mongolia
language.
is on the hunt for all of its stolen Tyrannosaurus Rex skulls that have apparently been
They're not Tyrannosaurus Rex, they're Tarbosaurus. They got that part wrong.
smuggled out of the country. They've tracked down these skulls, one of which they believe belongs to Nicolas Cage now.
Yeah, Mongolia says some shady guys were digging into the rock, bringing out the dead dinosaurs, smuggling these national treasures out of the country and selling them with buyers possibly knowing they were stolen. Also, they're not T-Rexes, but Tyrannosaurus Bataruses.
Tarbosaurus is the name that most people use nowadays.
So really, there are subsets of Tyrannosauruses?
Yeah, this is a petite one. A Rex means Tyrannosaurus king.
Tyrannodoodle, dude. Tyrannodoodle.
Anyway, one of the skulls was auctioned off in New York in 2007, and looks like Cage was the buyer.
2007 was the year that Nick Cage went crazy. Bought 3 homes, 22 cars, 47 pieces of art.
And a damn dinosaur head for $276,000. Apparently outbidding Leo. But it was an illegal sale, so what's next? A face-off.
They approach him and they say, hey, your Tyrannosaurus skull is stolen, give it back. And according to the government, he said, okay.
Way to go,
Yeah.
Nick Cage!
So it was the Department of Homeland Security actually seized it and returned it to Mongolia. It was a big deal, you know? This was international news.
This is like a Nick Cage movie, by the way.
Called Mongolian Beef.
Mongolian Beef! What a great title!
Oh, boy. And here we go. Take a look at this.
Mongolia is home to the world's largest reserve of dinosaur fossils. It's also a hotspot
I don't know
for
if that's
thieves
true.
looking to trade in stolen
That is true.
relics,
Yeah.
many of which end up here in the United States. Over the past 3 years, U.S. law enforcement has been working closely with the Mongolian government to help bring some of those stolen fossils home.
Yep, that's the story chronicled in this book.
This is the skull of an Alioramus, a meat-eating dinosaur that roamed Asia around 70 million years ago. It's the most complete specimen of its kind.
And you're right,
Its
Petrodactylus,
rarity
yes.
makes it invaluable. Yet in 2014, it was auctioned on eBay by a French company for a mere $300,000. Before the sale could be completed, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, or CPB, intercepted the stolen fossil at
So that's the thing, is that people were selling these things openly. There was supposed to be a huge auction, I think at Heritage Auctions or Sotheby's or one of those scummy outfits in New York City, like hugely publicized, and they're just out in the open selling these stolen fossils. And people from Mongolia were furious about this. But the Mongolian government hadn't really put very many resources into tracking down these specimens and punishing the thieves or anything. So eventually, some phone calls were made by some irate people from Mongolia. They got in touch with the American government, the Department of Homeland Security. They finally put a stop to some of this. And like things were taken off the auction block just before they were sold.
Newark Airport in New Jersey. Now the U.S. is returning it to Mongolia, along with the remains of 5 other dinosaurs that will be displayed in a museum there.
The repatriation of these fossils is significant to all of us. These are not souvenirs to be sold to the highest of bidders. They are irreplaceable, priceless pieces of our country's history, its identity, and its national heritage.
The dinosaurs fossil that we are receiving today from the United States government will be sent back to Mongolia and will be put under Mongolian government protection.
Over the past 3 years, the Mongolian and U.S. governments have been working together to seize stolen fossils. In that period, 23 dinosaur fossils have been repatriated to Mongolia.
Some of them
Last
Velociraptor,
December,
to my knowledge.
actor Nicolas Cage agreed to return a stolen dinosaur skull he purchased in 2007 for $276,000 from a well-known gallery in Beverly Hills. He claims he didn't know it was stolen. Peter Edge of Homeland Security.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Game Versman, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Security investigation says it's hard to establish when something is stolen because of the prevalence of forged documents. But he says buyers need to be vigilant.
So consumers should certainly beware if they're going to buy what is labeled as a fossil from Mongolia, because it may or may not be a fossil, and it may or may not be theirs to purchase, because ultimately it could be seized.
You're gonna lose it. Like, it will be repatriated back to that country. Do not waste your money buying stolen dinosaurs. Simple.
U.S. authorities have not only
Don't
been
buy
seizing
dinosaurs in
fossils
general.
record numbers, but have also been targeting stolen artifacts in recent years. In March of this year, 2 Indian sculptures were seized from auction house Christie's here in New York. A year earlier, more than
Christie's is guilty of so many things like this. I mean, they don't care at all as long as they can get a bunch of money for the stuff that they're auctioning off. Much of the time, this stuff is totally illicit, like 1,000,000% illegal. And as long as they've got convincing-looking paperwork, they're like, oh, well, we didn't know. Sure,
2,600 stolen artifacts, mainly from India and other southern Asian countries, were also seized in New York with a value of over $100 million. It was the largest seizure in U.S. history. Karina Huber, CCTV, New York.
There we go. Good stuff. And I totally agree with Deathsaurus and Petrodactylus here. Yes. This is something that I say all the time. If you are a person of means, if you have an obscene amount of money, and if you truly love dinosaurs, if you truly love fossils, don't purchase fossils at auction or on the market, anything like that. That ultimately harms our science. When you turn fossils into a commodity to be bought, traded, and sold, that makes our lives and our jobs more difficult as paleontologists. What you should do, and what's a lot less expensive, it's a much bigger bang for your buck, is fund some paleontological fieldwork.
For still more protection,
Zach F., thank you for the follow.
which projected from his body.
Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Just ask this scientician.
Weird Warlock, thank you for the follow too. Appreciate it. Hello, hello. If wealthy people would fund paleontological fieldwork, like fund an expedition, something that you, like anything that gets discovered during that, maybe it'll get named after you. And you could probably work out a deal with that scientific team where they'll make a replica of that for you that you can proudly display over your fireplace or in your foyer or whatever. You can point to that and show all of your friends and go, hey, I provided the funds that led to the discovery of that dinosaur. And it's named after me now. To have a dinosaur named after you, or any organism, is a form of immortality that I think many, many people would drool over, Thank you, Gameverseman.
Not be advised to keep a fossil if you find it yourself?
It depends where you find it, on whose land, and what it is. Gameverseman. If you're digging on public land in the United States, and you're just like, a private citizen, if it's a vertebrate animal, so a creature with a backbone, that's really illegal. That could get you in a lot of trouble. Like, you could end up going to prison for that. If it's on public land, then, it's kind of anything goes, as long as you have permission from the landowner. In other countries, they have more sensible laws about this, where all important fossils belong to the people, and they belong,
It belongs in a museum!
In a museum. I talked about this a little bit in an interview that I did with GB News in the UK. Let's see. With Michael Portillo. YouTube search is so busted. Here we go.
It's a little bit complicated.
There we go. Turn down the volume a little bit.
Welcome back. In the world of dinosaur bones, something is out of joint. A skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus rex named Shem was due to be auctioned with appropriate hype in Hong Kong this coming week. Expected to fetch more than £20 million, Shen was abruptly withdrawn from sale by auction house Christie's when doubts emerged over the provenance of parts of the skeleton.
Yep. As it turned out, most of the bones here, there are only a handful of actual real bones.
I'm a paleontologist.
And Wafafel, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There are only a handful of actual real bones in this, and then everything else were just replica bones from another Tyrannosaurus called Stan, the Black Hills Institute specimen. So essentially the people promoting this auction and trying to sell the thing were being less than completely honest, I'll say.
The plot thickens as it appears that some of Shen may be replicated from the bones of another T-Rex called Stan.
Not some of it, it was like the vast majority of it.
This Jurassic whodunit has serious implications. Globally, millions are made illegally trading bones and fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them. David Waterhouse is the Senior Curator of Natural History and Geology at
Good guy, David Waterhouse.
And joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who
Who's
has
that?
Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch.
What kind of nonsense is that? Twitch? What is that?
David, first of all, why does it matter that there's an illegal trade? In what way are they diverted from scientists, and why does that matter?
Yeah, so he talks about this for a while. Here, I'll jump to where I'm talking, because we don't want to dwell too long on this.
As somebody who's dug up a
private individuals.
Yeah.
Danny, can you understand why...
And... Gameverse, man, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the community. I appreciate that support. It's great to have you.
A skeleton could be worth $20 million or pounds or whatever.
Frankly, Michael, I can't. As somebody who's dug up a lot of dinosaurs over the years, I've done a lot of field work in places like Montana and Utah, working with various museums. It doesn't cost very much to dig these things up in the first place. Maybe a few hundred or a few $1,000s to dig up, a handful of bones, like in the Shen specimen.
Because it really was just a handful of bones, actual bones there.
There's really no reason in the world why it should sell for anything over $1 million. Paleontologists like me are flabbergasted every time that happens, and I think it's because the buyers are being misled, as they were in the case of Shen.
Sticking with you, Danny, there was the case of the actor Nicolas Cage, who into his possession there came a skull. Do you want to describe that and tell us what happened about that?
Sure. There's so many of these cases that it's sort of difficult to keep them separate sometimes. But if I recall correctly, this was a Tarbosaurus skull that Nicolas Cage, I guess, purchased at auction, and that had been illegally smuggled out of Mongolia. This country kind of nestled between China and Russia.
I'm so embarrassed every single time we watch this that, like, I felt compelled to explain the concept of Mongolia to the viewers. I hope it doesn't come across as condescending, but I don't know. Yeah. Yearbook photo.
A wealth of dinosaur fossils from that country, one of the world's greatest, dinosaur fossil fields. Recently, the people of Mongolia have been trying to kind of take hold of their heritage and make sure that fossils from their country are not being illegally exported and sold. That had happened in the case of Nicolas Cage's purchase. And I believe it was seized by Interpol, and actually...
It wasn't Interpol, it was the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, so I got that part wrong, straight up.
Taken back to the country of Mongolia, where it rightfully belongs. So I think it's a perfect example of kind of how shady these deals often are. And if you're trying to buy dinosaur fossils, realize that there's a lot of kind of difficult things going on in terms of morality and
choose my words. Choose my words
carefully. These are not smart purchases to make.
David, moving away from this, I think, rather hideous illegal trade, Tell us about the proper use of dinosaur bones.
And there goes
Tell us about
Sasla
your
Shakes. I
passion.
appreciate
when you're given a skeleton, you're given a bone.
Anyway, good stuff. I'll give you a link so you can watch the whole thing. It's about halfway done right there. But, yeah. That was late November of 2022, a couple years back when I did that, and it was a lot of fun. I was expecting to have kind of an adversarial interview here. I'd heard that GB News was kind of a right-wing outlet, and I thought maybe they'd be kind of extolling the virtues of the commercial fossil trade and, you know, rah-rah, you know, free market, private industry, sell all the fossils, you know, profit, profit, profit. That's not the tack that they took at all. So big kudos to Michael Portillo for, you know, having a good head on his shoulders and, yeah, helping promote the scientific value of fossils rather than the monetary value, you know? So yeah. Oh, and thank you, Wolvulus. Yes, indeed, Roy Chapman Andrews, and I've also got a picture of Zofia Kilin-Jaworowska, who discovered some velociraptor fossils herself during the Polish-Mongolian expeditions. So anyway, let's get back to where we were in the history of the discovery and study of Velociraptor. So we just talked about Mongolia and the illegal fossil trade. It was another dinosaur fossil auction, the auction of an egg, that helped to end these American expeditions into Mongolia and get the Americans kicked out, basically, in the late 1920s.
Roy Chapman Andrews was forced to leave the Gobi forever.
Yeah.
We are more than ever convinced that Central Asia was a paleontology Garden of Eden. Still, we have shown the way, have broken trail, as it were. Later, others will reap a rich harvest.
And others certainly did. Absolutely. Like the Americans in the 90s, and before them, the Polish and Mongolians in the 60s. Game Reverse Man says, do you think purchasing fossils or bones is justified if the purchaser is going to donate them to a proper home like a museum? Under certain circumstances, I could justify that, yeah. I mean, throwing money into the commercial fossil trade is usually a bad idea.
Living dinosaur.
And Discrom93, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And 16 Characters, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you very, very much for that first time, hopefully recurring sub. I appreciate it, 16 Characters. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah. If a fossil is a really common one, especially like an invertebrate, trilobites or ammonites or things like that, or even fossils like this, I have a real, genuine Diplomystus fossil fish from the Eocene of Wyoming right here, from the Green River Formation. This is actual fossil that you're looking at right here. Not a 3D print or a replica like most of the fossils that I have. These guys are super, super common.
But those claws on
the raven
are once again invaluable.
Thank you for the 22 months. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here on the
It
air.
belongs in a museum.
Yes.
Belongs in a museum.
Yes, indeed. With this, in particular, there are literally thousands of these in museums, and most museums are not looking for more Diplomystus like this. These fossils are so incredibly common that I don't think there's any harm at all in private ownership of fossils like this, you know? There's probably hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of fossil fish like this from the Green River Formation of Wyoming. Museums are full of these guys. But if you're talking about like a dinosaur fossil, which is much more rare, and that absolutely does belong in a museum, you know? I think it's important for regular folks to have access to fossils like this. It's really cool to have something like this up on your shelf. You go, hey, this is 50 million years old. You can show your friends and family and just kind of appreciate this piece of natural heritage that you have in your possession. This thing that's tens of millions of years old. It's part of this grand pageant of life on Earth. I can be a little bit sentimental about things like this, but I think it's really important that people have access to things like this, as long as they're really common. It's not hurting science to own a vertebrate fossil like this that's super, super common. But if we're talking about a dinosaur fossil, most of the dinosaurs that have ever been named, most dinosaur species in genera, are based on a single specimen. And most of those specimens are pretty fragmentary. There's a lot of dinosaurs that are known from just a handful of bones or even a single bone. I say that to emphasize that dinosaurs tend to be much more rare than things like Green River fossil fishes. Does that make sense? Yeah. Eddie. But yeah. And Fiona the T-Rex says, as much as we know about dinosaurs, there is so much that we don't know yet. Absolutely, yeah. And the more we learn, the better we get at asking questions and coming up with new questions, kind of exposing new mysteries to be solved. So yeah. And Be Cool Theo says, why is that? Is there something that makes a species more likely to be fossilized? In some cases, yeah. So the Green River Formation of Wyoming, has just a ton of fossil fish. So let's take a look at this here.
Those same species, the river turtle, the beptinges.
Look at how big they get. That one.
They do get big. I can feel it coming. It's gonna want to split right in the middle. Yep, right there.
These nice shaly rocks in the Green River Formation.
By the outline of the spine, right there.
And Darkwood Dragon, thank you. 3 months at Tier 1. Thank you for that support. I really appreciate it. Holy cow.
Maybe.
So we'll know.
Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate it. That's excellent.
Started is the hardest part, but this one seems like it's gonna come out.
So anyway, this is the bottom of an ancient lake in Wyoming. And so you just get thousands upon thousands upon thousands of invertebrates and fishes, and occasionally you get really rare things like fossil bats or fossil horses,
There's a fish down.
crocodiles, things like that.
Other than that, I don't see anything.
Neither do I.
There's something.
Yeah, and holy cow, Kaiseko Arts, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for your support. It means a lot to me. I do this full time. This is how I make my living. This is how I'm able to pay for research, and field work, and all that stuff. I make my living here on Twitch, so thanks for helping make that possible. Really appreciate it. Darkwood Dragons has been a big fan of paleontology since I was a kid, so coming across this channel was a treat. Well, holy cow, wait until we're back out in the field again, digging up dinosaurs live, because that's what I do during the summers. Here, I'll show you on our YouTube page. Let's go back to while we were in the field.
Talking about animals with backbones around public land. The earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation out here near the town of Moab. We're digging up some dinosaurs today, and I'm really glad you could be here.
This is what I do for at least about 2 months every summer.
Or in case you're just very forgetful, let me reintroduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Now, you hopefully are already aware that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. I want to make that very clear.
Dinosaurs
from
are
the
just the
beginning.
tip of the iceberg.
Paleontology is not synonymous with dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. You know, there are paleontologists
come up with
who
some
study
more
everything
phrases.
from fossil bacteria to fossil
predictable.
whales. You know, from fossil trees to fossil plankton. If there was an ancient organism that's preserved in the fossil record, there's a paleontologist who studies it.
Yeah.
Again, dinosaurs are just, you know, one small part of that. But dinosaurs are what I work on. Dinosaurs are what I talk about 5 days a week back home in my office.
It's now 4 days a week, most weeks. We're doing 5 days a week this week. Special bonus stream on Friday. But nowadays I do mostly 4 days a week, so I've got more time to work on science and stuff.
There is a fossil example, a purported fossil example, of an ovoviviparous reptile of its egg. There is a specimen found in Antarctica that they called the Thing. It was supposed to be a mosasaur egg. So the idea was that, like, mosasaurs would be, they'd be ovoviviparous. So, like, the eggs would develop inside, and then...
Thank you, Hope. I appreciate
inside,
that.
the young would swim out, and then the mother just, like, ejects the empty eggshell.
Pliosaurs, too.
Pliosaurs, too? Ovoviviparous? Oh, but did they have, like, an eggshell for them, or no?
Well, they're almost certainly being born in developing inside.
Right.
And probably in a sack of some sort.
Yeah.
Anyway, really cool. If you've ever wanted to hang out with a bunch of paleontologists as they're digging up dinosaurs, well, you're in luck, because that's what these streams are all about during the summer. I stream 7 days a week when I'm out in the field, with an occasional rain day or travel day off. But stream as much as possible when I'm out there in the field. So yeah. Good stuff. And Chicken Bacon Swiss wants to know, do you work closely with geologists to help find fossils? Yeah, some of us paleontologists are mostly geologists. Paleontology is oftentimes kind of an amalgam of biology and geology, because we're studying fossils. Fossils are the preserved remains of ancient living things, so biology. Preserved in the rock record, geology. So if you're going to be successful as a field paleontologist, you've got to know a thing or two about geology. And sometimes we have dedicated geologists on our crew. People who study sedimentology, sequence stratigraphy, stuff like that. Jim Kirkland, whose voice you just heard in that, and Jim was here earlier in the chat. Jim likes to say that he's a biostratigrapher by trade. Biostratigraphy, like we talked about yesterday.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Golganak.
Description day.
Appreciate that, Golganak. Thank you for the 100 bits. Good stuff. Oh, we got a hype train going here. Beautiful. Yeah. Biostratigraphy is the study of rock layers and the fossils found in them, so that you can correlate them across geographic space. So you might find a column of rocks over here with these fossils in it 100 miles away. You might find another rock column, and you can line up the fossils like that. Some layers might disappear over geographic space, like maybe the ocean that this ammonite lived in. The ocean was only in this area, and it wasn't further east, so you might be missing that layer over here. But by doing this, by studying the fossils that you find in different layers and tracking them across the landscape, you can gain an understanding of what these ancient landscapes looked like. So people like Ron Blakey have been very, very good at this, being able to determine what the arrangement of the continents was, what the shapes of the continents were in certain areas, largely based on biostratigraphy like this. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. So yeah, I smell Pangea. Yeah. Gameverse Man. We talk about that all the time here. Let's go back to 240 million years ago, just before the first dinosaurs were about to evolve. All the continents were smushed together in this vast supercontinent that we call Pangea. On the other side, you have Panthalassa. Panthalassa, all ocean. Pangea, all earth. That's what those terms mean. And then over the course of the age of dinosaurs, the continents start to split apart like this. until they get to their kind of modern arrangement. 90 million years ago. 66 million years ago. When the dinosaurs, except for birds, go extinct. 50 million years ago. 35 million years ago. 20 million years ago. And today. Our modern arrangement of the continents. It's pretty cool. It's such a neat story being able to figure this out. And it's thousands upon thousands of scientists over the past couple hundred years helped us piece together all the pieces of this puzzle so we can understand the motion of the continents and the history of life on Earth and how those things influence one another. And it really is just the coolest story. It is so neat. Yeah. And the Appalachians were already formed by the time Pangea... Yeah, absolutely, Zlalak. We talked about that yesterday on stream. Yeah. And Chicken Bacon Swiss says, haven't they found ancient whale bones in North Africa? Because there used to be an ocean there? Absolutely. Yeah. National Geographic just came out with a documentary about that a couple years ago. Yeah. Wadi al-Hitan. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable.
I've been wondering about. Which is the smallest non-avian dinosaur?
Oh boy. It depends on who you ask, Dr. Irrefutable, but there was a new one at SVP this year that I can't talk about yet. But it does appear to be full grown, and the thing is like this big. From snout to the tip of its tail. Tiny little heterodontosaur. But yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So that will probably be the smallest one once it gets described. They're claiming it's mature. They've done histo on it, they say. And it seems to have an EFS, an external fundamental signature in the bone. Shows that it's done growing. Yeah. Anyway, whales in... I took a picture with,
Now, the dinosaurs rule.
Oh, thank you, Lazy Daisy, for the follow. I appreciate that. Find that photo. The team was busy putting together a talk, so I just took a picture in front of them.
He'll tell you that in nature.
Dev Lokins, thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. There's me in Bilal Salem, one of my crewmates from 2021, I think. He's from Egypt, and he's going to school in Athens, Ohio right now, at the University of Ohio. And then here's the rest of his team from Egypt, and they're trying to put together this talk for the next day, and it was brilliant, really, really cool. Yeah, that might be, is that her right there? That might be her. Neat stuff. So yeah, to go back to our ancient Earth globe, let's go from 0 million years ago to, say, 50. Yeah. Here's Egypt right here. And so you would have had water inundating this area. We might be a little bit more recent than that, though, with that documentary. 35. 20. No, it's probably closer to 50. So yeah. Ocean in here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Good stuff. And Science Stream says it's so cool to see the different visualizations of where the water was. Yeah. And these things are constantly changing, too. So, like, we look at North America here, the Western Interior Sea. I guess this would be the Cannonball Sea at that point, later on, after the end of the Cretaceous. But, you know, this thing is constantly ebbing and flowing and changing. Sea levels are rising and falling and just never stand still. That's the one constant on our planet Earth. The one constant is change. By studying the history of the Earth, that's the conclusion that you come to. Things are always changing. You know, to our brief human lifespans, things might seem like they're static, you zoom out a little bit, things are constantly changing. We wouldn't understand that if it weren't for geology and paleontology. We wouldn't have any conception of that at all. That's why these fields are so important. You know? Yeah. But yeah, Addicted to Capping Games, we're going to talk about that in a little bit for Velociraptor Day. For anybody just joining us, welcome to Paleontologizing. Today happens to be the 100th anniversary of the publication of Velociraptor. That is the animal's skull, figured in that publication November 7th, 1924. It's November 7th, 2024 right now, 100 years later. And there we go, Velociraptor mongoliensis, first published. We were talking about its discovery in Mongolia. It was discovered by Ernest Shackelford, who is the photographer who was along for the ride with the American Museum of Natural History's Central Asiatic Expeditions. And Henry Fairfield Osborn named this critter in 1924. He named 2 other dinosaurs in the same paper. Saurornithoides mongoliensis and Oviraptor Philoceratops. Right here. 3 dinosaurs in the same paper. The funny thing is, even though Velociraptor is super famous today, it was not at the time. Oviraptor was the star of this paper. Oviraptor was the theropod dinosaur that got all the attention. Velociraptor was obscure. Most people in the general public didn't know about it. It wouldn't be until a certain science fiction author chose it for his book in 1990 that Velociraptor was catapulted into the public eye. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but first, we're going to fast forward from the 1920s to the 1960s, when the next big paleontological expeditions went into the Gobi Desert in search of dinosaurs and other fossil organisms. And we've got a book by Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska. She was a Polish paleontologist who led those expeditions. And we've got a book from her in here that I think talks about the discovery of some important Velociraptor specimens. So let me find that. Here it is. The book is called Hunting Dinosaurs, Hunting for Dinosaurs, by Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska. We did a whole stream about her and her life and her discoveries a few months ago. Let me find the VOD for that. Cool person. And she inspired, I don't know how many, children to go into science in Poland. Yep. Really cool person. I really don't know enough about her, so we're going to be learning about her together today. And we did. Yeah, here is a link to that VOD right there. I had temporarily misplaced this book during that stream. I'm a little embarrassed about that, but I've since relocated it. And, translated from the Polish, Hunting for Dinosaurs by Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska.
It's squashed completely flat.
Little pink pony.
The wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a
Thank you for the
dirter.
9 months of
Dirter is one of those
support.
things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yep. Little pink pony, thank you for the 9 months, and paleo salute to you too. Hope you're doing well.
Dirter.
There we go.
Dir.
I believe it was in 1971 that the famous fighting dinosaur specimen was discovered. And I'm pretty sure it was by this team. They started their expeditions, I think, in 1965. and they were hugely successful. They first discovered dinosaurs like Dinochirus and Gallimimus during these expeditions. And shoot, looks like we don't have an index here. Let me see if I can find... And Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How was your stream, Dyson Dinosaur? I hope it was real good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Some of you might not be following Dyson Dinosaur yet, and if you're not, you're missing out. He himself is a fellow dinosaur paleontologist working in Belgium. He's originally from Italy. He works on ornithischian dinosaurs, iguanodontians, hadrosaurs, those wonderful, glorious, beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs. And he also does dice games, like I think Dungeons and Dragons and like role-playing games like that. So go give him a follow right now. On Saturdays, he does English language paleontology streams. So if you love paleontology, go give Dyson Dinosaur a follow. Good stuff. And some of you are fans of iguanodontians. Iguanodon of Bernisar, yes indeed. Wolvulus, Hadrosaurus, Shentungosaurus, yeah, Luploopers. Go give Dyson Dinosaur a follow. You won't regret it. Good stuff. Good stuff. I hope you're doing well, Filippo. It's good to see you. I wish you were there at SVP last week, but I'm looking forward to meeting you in person next year at SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, when it's going to be in the UK. We're celebrating the 100th anniversary of Velociraptor today, Filippo. It was 100 years ago today that Velociraptor mongoliensis was first published. November 7th, 1924.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic. Because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
And here my support. Yes,
Thank
I
you.
stream in English either Saturday or Sundays.
Oh, Sundays now too, or maybe or Sundays, I guess. Well, excellent. Good to know. Thanks for the update, and thank you for your ongoing support. 17 months is brilliant. I appreciate that, Filippo. Thanks for helping keep me here on the air. I appreciate it. Right now, I'm looking for a picture of the famous fighting dinosaurs. One of the most remarkable dinosaur finds ever, frankly. But it may have... I know it was discovered in 1971. That might be after this time. Here's a gorgeous... Oop, wrong button. Gorgeous Tarbosaurus skeleton. There's a plaster cast of it that was brought back from Mongolia there. But was this the same year that they... Or... It might actually be after the events of this book that they found the famous fighting dinosaurs. Yeah, shoot. I think it might have been. Wish I had time to look through this beforehand. One more pass through. Make sure I'm not missing it. Not seeing it in here. Well, let's take a look at that online. And see if we can get the skinny on it. Yeah, and your favorite fossil Petrodactylus? It is an incredible one. And Thing says, my mom says, hi, hello, Thing and Mom. I hope you're doing well. There we go. There we go. Well, North American teams were shut out of Communist Mongolia during the Cold War, like we were talking about. Expeditions by Soviet and Polish scientists, in collaboration with Mongolian colleagues, recovered more specimens of Velociraptor. The most famous is part of the fighting dinosaurs specimen, discovered by a Polish-Mongolian team in 1971. So it probably is after the events of that book. The fossil preserves a Velociraptor in a battle against a Protoceratops. It is considered a national treasure of Mongolia, and in 2000 it was loaned to the American Museum of Natural History in New York for a temporary exhibition. That specimen is chronicled, or shown off, I guess, in this clip. Here we go. From was it 2004, I think? No, earlier than that. 2002? When did Dinosaur Planet come out? Anyway, that's here. Narrated by Christian Slater, originally premiered on the Discovery Channel here in the United States. It's kind of a dramatization of several different dinosaurs' lives, and some of these are based on actual fossil specimens, which is really cool. And YouTube is having some real difficulty with it right now, it seems. Come on. There we go. So since this has a tendency to get copyright stricken, I had to reverse it and cut out the audio from the VOD. So if you're watching in the VOD later on YouTube, sorry, but I'll do my best to narrate this. So Protoceratops is this really common ceratopsian dinosaur from the Dejacta and I think Nemegt formations as well of Mongolia. It's been found alongside Velociraptor multiple times. The original holotype specimen of Velociraptor was discovered, I think, right next to a Protoceratops skeleton. Yeah, so there was already some suspicion that these animals, you know, might have been friends and or enemies. They were neighbors at the very least. And yeah, in this depiction right here, we've got some interaction between them. Take a look. There you go, Salamander. Yeah. There's Protoceratops there. So Protoceratops is a good deal larger than Velociraptor. Neither of these is a particularly big dinosaur at all. Velociraptor is about 2.5 feet tall, about 2 meters long. Protoceratops, you know, they get significantly bigger than that, but, you know, it's about the size of a very large dog, maybe. OMG, they were roommates. Yeah, there you go. Salamander, that's actually... Well, maybe we'll get into that. And this is interesting. So, in this, the velociraptors are portrayed as slashing with their hind claws. There's a growing consensus that they didn't do this. Here we go. Yowza. Maybe we'll get into that in a minute, Gameverse Man, but let's continue with this right now. Nakati, thank you for the follow. Welcome. she's got some babies, yeah. Anyway, so kind of a happy ending for her. She survives. Oh. Anywho, one of the things that I really like about this show is the explanations that they have about these fossils. Because that is a real fossil right there. Holy cow. There's Scott Sampson there. So we saw that same picture in this book here, Dave Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia. But back in the 80s, it hadn't been prepped this much, so it wasn't quite as impressive looking. This might be a field photo, actually. But yeah, there we go. Velociraptor right here. Protoceratops right here. That's what it looked like in the field. Caption says below, this remarkable find was discovered by the 1971 Polish-Mongolian expedition at Tugrig in the Gobi Desert. It reveals the skeleton of Velociraptor mongoliensis interlocked with that of Protoceratops. On the left, its skull being the triangular figure there. Dwindling, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Did they die in combat? Perhaps this Velociraptor was trying to plunder the eggs from the ceratopsian's nest? Good question. This has been a mystery for a long time. Like, how did this famous fossil form? What event led to this kind of preservation with these animals? They really do seem to have died in combat. It's nuts, you know? Yeah, nuts. The Cheerful Bloke says they were playing Twister. Right foot ribcage. There you go, Harry Fetch. What indeed? Yep. I don't really buy this. I really don't buy the idea that this is like a sand landslide. I can't really... We've got some evidence from some other dinosaurs in Montana that probably provides a much better explanation for what happened there. I can't really talk about it now. I'm going to let discretion be the better part of valor here, but we think we've got a much better explanation for what exactly happened. And it's not a mudslide, not a sand slide. Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to talk about that soon in the next year or so. But yeah, it makes a lot more sense than that. Much easier to imagine. But anyway, yeah. Or this was the real Land Before Time, and they were friends. There you go, Game Over. Yeah. Let me get to Gameverse Man's question. Thank you for the 250 bits, by the way, Gameverse Man. I appreciate that. They say, I grew up on Land Before Time. I've seen it a long time ago, yeah. Oftentimes the Velociraptor or T-Rex were the big baddies. Talking and cohabitation aside, how much did that show get wrong? I think my childhood can take it. I'm trying to remember the premise. I think it's one of those shows where the main issue is just that, here. Yeah, there we go. A lot of these dinosaurs didn't live alongside each other. So like Tyrannosaurus and Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, they did not live at the same time. Same with, looks like Saurolophus there. That's a dinosaur from the late Cretaceous. Tyrannosaurus is from the very end of the Cretaceous. There is more time separating Apatosaurus from T-Rex than there is separating T-Rex from us. You and me and Twitch.tv are closer in time to Tyrannosaurus than Tyrannosaurus is to Stegosaurus, or Apatosaurus, or Diplodocus, or Camptosaurus. So yeah, that's the main thing. Is that the age of dinosaurs is really, really long. But our International Chronostratigraphic Chart, dinosaurs, except for a handful of birds, go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, 66 million years ago. T-Rex and Triceratops lived in this time, the Maastrichtian stage of the Upper Cretaceous, from about 68 to about 66 million years ago. Stegosaurus and Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, Diplodocus and Allosaurus, they lived, and I think the Kimmeridgian and maybe Tithonian stages of the Upper Jurassic. So I think there's like 76 million years separating these guys from T-Rex and Triceratops, and there's only 66 separating T-Rex from us. Anyway, dinosaurs first evolved way back in the Triassic, either in the Carnian or Ladinian stage of the upper or middle Triassic here. That's like 230 million years ago, close to 240 maybe. So dinosaurs were around for a long time, like 176 million years, something like that. 178, something in that neighborhood. So the age of dinosaurs is there's a lot of time in there. And dinosaurs are constantly evolving and changing. You've got this ever-shifting cast of characters all throughout the age of dinosaurs. So anytime that you see just like a smattering of dinosaurs in like an assorted plastic dinosaurs playset, know that sometimes these guys are separated by hundreds of millions of years. It's cool to think about, you know? Yeah. So I hope that makes sense there, Gameverse Man. And Pyro Kitty's Tavern, thank you for the raid, by the way, 7 minutes ago. I'm sorry the alert didn't go off. We've been having issues with our raid alerts. But I appreciate you, Pyro Kitties. I hope you had a great stream. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. So yeah, Velociraptor and the famous fighting dinosaur specimen. I guess there's a few different depictions of this from different documentaries. Let's take a look at this one. Dino fight. Oh boy. We've got a naked Velociraptor here. Tail is way too wiggly.
Velociraptor, 3 feet tall, 6 feet long, 30 pounds left, carnivore, warrior from Mongolia.
Oh boy. And Protoceratops.
2 feet tall, 6 feet long, 400 pounds weight, herbivore, local guardian of justice.
Oh boy. this is some pretty dramatic stuff here. The stance on these dinosaurs isn't particularly good. The Protoceratops is sprawling too much. Oh, goodness. The tail is way too wiggly on the Velociraptor. They had a much stiffer tail than that in reality. Oh, boy. Oof. That's a little gruesome. And then rock falls out of the sky on top of them, I guess? Oh, boy. Anyway. People make a lot of hay out of the Velociraptor Protoceratops fight. The real explanation might be a tiny bit more mundane, but really fascinating. And I'm excited to be able to talk about that at some point once we get some of these things published. But, Sweetie Pie, thanks for making an appearance. How are you doing, sweetie? Hi. It rained rock back then. Well, it shoot at the very end of the Cretaceous.
People ask about dinosaurs.
Willow Worm, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And what is this? Nobody. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie. You want some more treats? Is that why you're here? I'm feeling hungry too, so I can relate. Yeah. Oh. What a sweetie. Yeah. Let me brush you for a little bit, and then we'll get you some treats. How's that sound? You need some brushing. Oh, let's lose fur. There we go. Oh, yeah. Good girl, Sweetie Pie. Sazzle says, Sweetie knows who the star is. Oh, yeah. Oh, she definitely does. You're the real star of this show, Sweetie Pie. Yes, you are. Alright, let's get you some treats. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's what you came here for. Excellent. You want to eat them? They're right here. No? You being picky all of a sudden? There we go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Has to eat the correct treat. There you go, Gojira, yeah. She can be fairly selective at times. For sure. And it's still the mix of the two treats? No, just one kind right now, Murph. I had to open up a new bag. All of the catnip treats are gone. It's just the dental ones now. And Retired Submariner says, I remember reading The Dinosaur Heresies by Bacher a long time ago. That's what really got me interested in paleontology. We just talked about that book a little bit yesterday. Yeah. And there you go, Gameverse Man, yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie is, she loves to make appearances here for sure. I've got 3 cats who live here in the house with me, and they are my landlords. They lived here before I moved in. So I gotta pay the rent, give them treats. Look, Sweetie Pie. There's more. There's more. Yeah. Look, there's another one. Yeah, you can eat those up. go.
Paleontologizing?
Dobsenberg, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Fetch Quest Journeys, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I almost read that as Ceratosaurus. It's missing a couple letters. Yeah, oh, there she goes. Well, thanks for stopping by, sweetie pie. And it's good to have you here, Dobsenberg. Welcome, welcome. And Murph want to know, did Velociraptor disappear before the KPG? It depends on what you call Velociraptor, and I think the most recent remains we have of Velociraptor are from the early Maastrichtian? Something like that? Let's take a look, actually. So it would be Velociraptor osmolskae. There's currently 2 species of Velociraptor recognized. Velociraptor mongoliensis and Velociraptor osmolskae. Additional species. Let's see. Velociraptor osmolskae, I think, is from the Nemect?
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur?
What? Plasma Bananas, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Oh, the Bayan Mandahu Formation in China. Okay, okay. From the late Cretaceous, laid down in the Campanian, is dated somewhat uncertainly to between 75 and 71 million years ago. Okay, okay. Interesting. So Velociraptor mongoliensis, I think it's from the Dejacta Formation. Yeah, Dejacta Formation right here. 75 to 71 million years ago. So yeah, Velociraptor... From what I understand, too, Velociraptor osmolskae is probably going to get moved into a different genus, because it doesn't actually seem to be sister taxon to Velociraptor mongoliensis. So it could very well be that Velociraptor will only have 1 species in it in a couple years, if osmolskae gets moved to a different genus. But yeah, so far I think it's safe to say that Velociraptor was not around for when the asteroid hit. It had either gone extinct or probably evolved into something else. Yeah. Does that make sense? Good question, Murph. It's from before the late Maastrichtian. Anywho, throughout the 1970s, there were additional Velociraptor skeletons that were discovered. Additional specimens found by the Polish, Soviet, and Mongolian crews. I want to say there were ones after the fighting dinosaurs of 1971. But still, in popular culture, Velociraptor was an obscure dinosaur. When you look at, like, kids' books from that time, like, let's see, I think I've got a big golden book of dinosaurs. This one right here. You've got dromaeosaurs in this, but they're not Velociraptor. I'll show you. There we go. Deinonychus, with those big sickle claws right there. Deinonychus is the most famous of the dromaeosaurs among the general public at this time. Deinonychus had first been discovered in the mid-1960s by John Ostrom's crews out in southern Montana. And this was the raptor dinosaur that was in all of the books and everything. They got all the popular press attention. Velociraptor was as an obscure dinosaur from Mongolia. Nobody really talked about it much. It wasn't the one in the spotlight. Deinonychus was. To the point where there are even songs about Deinonychus. I'll show you an example. There we go.
Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all.
In fact, actually, here, let me pause this for a second, and I'll pull up one of my cold open videos that features this. I think it'll make a little bit more sense. Here.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. Was a big dinosaur, but will the scientists say he must have been the very fiercest hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus,
Well, there you go. Deinonychus. Deinonychus was the dromaeosaur that was big in popular culture. It got a lot of attention, and with good reason, too. It was also featured in Jurassic Park under the name Velociraptor, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Here. Let me show you a clip. This is from 1977. This is at a time when we're still kind of realizing that dinosaurs are not a whole lot like modern lizards. Not ectothermic, cold-blooded. Not sprawling. They didn't drag their tails. These were upright, alert, very bird-like animals, warm-blooded, social, intelligent, complex behaviors. They've had feathers, all kinds of stuff. And that kind of change in our perception of dinosaurs was brought about largely by the discovery of Deinonychus.
Being studied at Yale University by Professor John Ostrom.
We have right over Deinonychus was. This is the thigh bone, or femur. And you see it's just about the same size as mine.
Yep. Yeah. Velociraptor also had this, and Osborne remarked on that. We've got a picture of that right here from the original descriptive paper in 1924. But Osborne didn't make a big deal of it, and it wasn't really until the discovery of Deinonychus that suddenly that claw made sense. Like, oh, it should be held off the ground like that. Oh, okay. This is a common theme in paleontology is, when you first discover a fossil, you might not always know how to interpret it. You might need subsequent discoveries to kind of make that make sense. You start to see patterns emerge and you go, oh, this like really big claw on the second toe must have been held off the ground, like Ostrom discovered about Deinonychus. Does that make sense?
But he was a fellow I wouldn't want to meet on a dark street at night, I'll tell you.
Yeah. And Chicken Bacon Swiss says, do you think a raptor would be maybe equal to a wolf in size? Which animal in particular, Chicken Bacon Swiss? Are you talking about Velociraptor? Are you talking about Deinonychus? Are you talking about Utahraptor? The dromaeosaurs vary a lot in size. Some of them are really small. Like Microraptor, as the name would imply. Some of them are quite large. Here's depiction of some different sizes there. Utahraptor, that sucker's like bigger than a polar bear. At least longer. 20 feet long. It's got a big honking skull. Microraptor, its skull is like this. Velociraptor in particular is about 2 meters long. So it's number 2 right there. So the one on the ground next to the person. That's the size of Velociraptor. So a little bit longer than a wolf, but certainly lighter. About the same height, I suppose. Yeah. But yeah. The big brown one right here is Utahraptor, and that's Austroraptor. That's the one with the orange streak going down its neck. And Harvalite65, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Chicken Bacon Swiss says, I didn't know there were so many types. Oh yeah, this is only a smattering of them. Dromaeosauridae, I think there's about 20 of these guys now. Yeah, this family tree right here kind of shows that. Yeah, and they're known from varying numbers of bones. We've got pretty much complete skeletons of Velociraptor and Deinonychus. And Microraptor, but some of the other ones, Echilibator, Sauronetholestes, they're not known from nearly as many bones. Yeah, that makes sense. Dromaeosauridae in general. Here's the Wikipedia page for these critters. Yeah. It turns out they're a pretty diverse group of dinosaurs, not just in their size, but also in their body type and probably their ecology. Yeah. Some like Pyroraptor are only known from like a couple of bones. I think we've got a couple of claws and like some toe bones from Pyroraptor, and that's it. But other ones we've got complete skeletons, like Sinornithosaurus right here, with preserved fossil feathers. So this whole family, the Dromaeosaur family, of which Velociraptor is a member, is pretty diverse. Yeah, so here's a bunch of different genera. All right here, all dromaeosaurs. Yeah, here's a link to the... Oh, Claire Burr already posted it. Thank you, Claire Burr. Yeah. They're really neat animals. They really are. Anywho, here's Ostrom talking about Deinonychus back when this animal was still new. He only published on it in 1969. This is less than 8 years later.
This was another surprise in Deinonychus. Here we have a series of tail vertebrae running from the tip of the tail up to the base of the tail, a total length of maybe about 4 feet. And the unusual thing about this series is the fact that tendons along the tail that normally are soft tissue have turned to bone, and they're ossified. And as far as I know, this is the first time that this particular kind of structure has ever turned up in a carnivorous dinosaur. When we first saw it, I really didn't know what to think. But then, remember the terrible claw?
Yep.
You think about that foot with that big sickle-like claw that he must have used as a weapon. Remember, he's a two-legged animal, can't walk on all fours. He's got to walk on his hind legs. How is he going to use that claw if he's standing on 2 feet? Impossible. He's got to jump around, leap around, using that claw to strike out at whatever prey or animal he's after. This means that he must have been extremely agile, very quick, good balance control, means a high neurological development. And this tail, that reinforces that picture, because here we have essentially a balancing pole. It's like a tightrope walker model. And this is the picture, this discovery is what sort of pushed me over the brink into looking at dinosaurs in a whole new light.
Important stuff. Deinonychus, it helped change the way we look at dinosaurs. I really can't oversell this. It's hard to explain just how important Deinonychus was for changing our understanding of dinosaurs. It's immensely important. So yeah. Do we know how fast they would run? Probably not as fast as some of the other dinosaurs, Mizavet. That's the thing, is that these guys... if we're looking at a dinosaur skeleton, one way to try to estimate how fast they could run is by looking at the ratio of the thigh bone length to the shin bone's length. So your femur to tibia ratio gives you a good sense for how fast the animal was. The longer the tibia is in relation to the femur, generally the faster the animal is. Chucky BPSP, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And is this a little bit of the cold/warm-blooded discussion, D-Bodes? Yeah, the general consensus now is that most, if not all, dinosaurs were warm-blooded. They had...
This is where it really fits.
Common Sense Silly, thank you. Common Sense Eli, thank you for the follow. Welcome. The general consensus is that most dinosaurs had elevated metabolisms. They generated their own body heat through the burning of calories. Unlike basking animals, cold-blooded animals, ectothermic animals, these guys had that internal furnace, just like mammals and birds do today. In fact, birds evolved from dinosaurs, so we think that's where they got that warm-blooded metabolism, was from their dinosaur ancestors. So critters like this ostrich dinosaur, Gallimimus here, this ornithomimid, these guys would have been very, very fast runners. And so they've got a really, really long shin bone in relation to their thigh bone. That's a suggestion that these guys were really fast. Maybe as fast as an ostrich, maybe faster, who knows. The dromaeosaurs, by contrast, like Velociraptor or Deinonychus, Velociraptor does have a really long shin in relation to its thigh bone, but the feet don't seem super well adapted for cursoriality, for like fast running. Some of the other dromaeosaurs are even stockier than this, like Belaur. Pretty stocky animal. We think these guys were like ambush predators. They probably weren't super fast runners. So, I think, Mizavet, you were asking earlier if these guys could run as fast as cheetahs. No shot, I don't think. There were some other dinosaurs that were very, very fast, but probably not. Dromaeosaurs are probably not among the fastest dinosaurs. Many of them were probably pretty speedy, but it's not like they were, the speed demons of the dinosaur world. There were other guys that would have been faster. Yeah. including Triassic dinosaurs were the first ones likely exothermic. And we've got evidence that even dinosaurs like Coelophysis were probably warm-blooded. So we think the ancestor of all the dinosaurs probably had an elevated metabolism. Endothermic, warm-blooded. Oh yeah. Anyway. But Tone Rebellion makes a really good point here, yeah. They probably had way more stamina than a cheetah does, though. Thanks to their very efficient and bird-like respiratory systems. Yes. I saw a really interesting talk about this at SVP, about the respiratory systems of dinosaurs and how we should maybe cool it on saying that they had the full-on bird respiratory system, because there's some, there's like a division that you need in between the air sacs and the lungs in order to have fully avian respiration. But we know that a lot of dinosaurs did certainly have the same sort of air sacs and pneumatic diverticula and their skeletons like modern birds do, so we think they had at least somewhat bird-like respiratory systems, even if they're not there like 100%. I suspect they probably were there like 100%, but we don't have direct 100% proof of that yet. That would only really come if we have... we need to look for some osteological correlates there, some clues in the bones that would show us that we've got, like, full-on avian respiration in dinosaurs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And It Is Ski says, did anything, in theory, hit cheetah speeds? Probably not running. Maybe the ornithomimids. I don't know. If any dinosaur would, it would probably be these guys. The ostrich dinosaurs, ornithomimids. Like Gallimimus here. But I don't know. There is a dinosaur today that goes way, way, way faster than a cheetah. I'll show you a video. Let's see here. Here, take a look at this. So birds are modern dinosaurs. This is, yep, Falco peregrinus. Peregrine falcon. All right. Let's get to it. These guys can do like 240 though. Yep. 180 miles per hour. The Mayor of Space says a cannonball can do the same trick if you drop it out of a hot air balloon. Not really, because it's an inanimate object. This is a living organism that can go like 240 miles per hour, and it has special evolutionary adaptations to be able to breathe and keep from being torn apart by those G-forces. It's really, really cool. So, you know, don't discount that about peregrine falcons. Here, I'll find you another clip here talking about this.
Their high-speed dives. And the
Here we go. Yeah.
When I Googled the fastest animal, this is what I got. A cheetah. A cheetah.
Yeah.
A little mammal bias, maybe. The truly fastest animal on Earth has a max speed 3 times greater than the cheetah.
Yep.
Peregrine falcons can leisurely cruise through the skies between 40 and 60 miles per hour, but when they're diving toward their prey, they can reach speeds over 200 miles per hour. That comes out to 293 feet per second. It's like flying the length of a football field in 1.2 seconds, or the length of this DC block. So how is it even possible for peregrines to dive this fast?
So they're fasting, I think, faster than free fall speed, faster than 9.8 meters per second per
peregrine
second.
Falcon is around the size of a crow, weighing between 1 and 3 pounds, with a wingspan up to 3.6 feet. They prey on other birds by dive bombing them and snatching them midair. The first thing you see when a peregrine goes into its dive, also called a stoop, is their bullet-shaped bodies.
Yeah. And the Raven says, I thought it was cheating to call them the fastest animal because they're using gravity. I mean, cheetahs are using gravity too. Without gravity, they just float up, you know, into space. They're both using gravity. These guys are actually going faster than terminal velocity just from gravity, though. So because they've evolved this really cool morphology, they're able to go faster than you'd be able to go just in free fall. You know? Yeah.
Notice how the peregrine tucks in its feet and sweeps back its tail and wings. This streamlined figure reduces wind turbulence, maximizes maneuverability, lift, and speed as it cuts through the air.
And Wood, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that. Holy cow. I appreciate that very much, Wood. Thank you for that generosity. There's 5 lucky viewers who won't have to watch any ads for the next month. Thanks to you, Wood. I appreciate it. Good stuff.
It wouldn't be able to do this nearly as efficiently if it had broad wings, like a hawk or an owl.
Yep.
But the peregrine's wings are pointed and angled back.
It's got a swept wing kind of design.
Feathers, it experiences less drag. The wind would pull on loose feathers on other birds. Peregrines also have a large keel. That's this breastbone. A bigger keel supports stronger chest muscles. Acute vision allows them to spot prey a mile away. The nictitating membrane, or their eyelid.
They've got this, you know how our eyelids go up and down like this? They have those, but they also have a clear nictitating membrane. Like in crocodiles, dinosaurs would have had this too. It goes side to side. Like that. And so they pull that over their eye as they're diving in order to keep their eyes protected from all of that wind rushing at them, you know?
Helps to maintain their vision in their high-speed dives. And the secretory gland keeps their corneas from drying out because of all that wind. But none of this would be possible if the peregrine couldn't breathe.
Yeah, they've got a nose cone in there.
Peregrine falcons' experience while diving would make it impossible for most animals to breathe. But they have a bone in their nostrils to slow down the airflow.
I don't know if this was actually where aircraft designers got the idea for that nose cone inside of a turbine like this, but it's the same concept, you know? It helps keep the air going, well, it keeps too much air from going in, basically, so you don't blow it up.
They also have robust hearts that beat around 600 to 900 beats per minute. All birds have a vastly more efficient respiratory system than mammals.
Yep.
Then, to finally catch her prey, the peregrine is pulling around 25 Gs.
25 Gs. That would kill us.
Compare that to an F-16 fighter pilot, who endures up to 9 Gs during some maneuvers.
Yeah, I think 9 is about the cutoff where, like, your average person will pass out.
On speed alone, peregrines are formidable birds of prey, but it isn't their only adaptation of note. Footage from our friends at BBC Earth shows where this wanderer has made its mark in some unexpected places. After a sharp recovery from near extinction in North America, bustling cities with soaring skyscrapers and towering cathedrals have become many peregrines' new kingdom. A plentiful hunting ground with high perches and deliciously plump pigeons.
Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this video too. So anyway, have some respect for those peregrine falcons, you know. And those are true raptors. I don't think they can do that, but White Jaeger, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. When I hear the word raptor as a paleontologist, I think of birds of prey, because those are the critters that had that name prior to dromaeosaurs being called that. Before Jurassic Park came out, nobody called dromaeosaur dinosaurs raptors. That's just a Jurassic Park thing, and we'll get into that in a minute. But yeah. Somebody was asking about the nictitating membrane too, and whether animals have that, or whether mammals have that, rather. The answer is, we've got like a vestige of that. Nictitating membrane. So here it is in a masked lapwing. So it's kind of a clear eyelid like that goes over the side. Excuse me. Yeah. Fully developed nictitating membranes are found in fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals, but are rare in primates. In humans, the Plica semilunaris, also known as the semilunar fold, and its associated muscles are homologous to the nictitating membrane, seen in some mammals and other vertebrates. So we do have something like that, but it's kind of vestigial, basically. But there are other mammals that do have it. Here is a cat. Who's got that? Oh, Salad waking up from a nap. .webm. So cats have it too. Pretty cool, right? I think in a lot of mammals it's kind of semi-vestigial. And you might even have this, like, there might be individual variation in cats, where, like, some domestic cats have it. I think some domestic cats don't. Yeah. The cats are not dinosaurs, Gojira. There's lots of animals that have nictitating membranes. That's kind of the default as a vertebrate animal, is you have a nictitating membrane. Sharks have it. Bony fishes have it. Various reptiles, including birds, have it, and mammals have it too. Some mammals, such as camels, polar bears, seals, and aardvarks, have full nictitating membranes, and many mammals retain a small vestigial portion of the membrane in the corner of the eye. It's cool stuff. Yeah. So here's a link.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
And birds are dead on. Thank you for the
Imagine
31
not
months of
having a
support.
nictitating membrane.
Birds are dead on. It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. We only have a vestige of that as human beings. But, yeah. This is what it looks like in us. So it's kind of like the...
Dinosaurs are the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals.
Yeah.
To our own existence.
For that matter, yes, the Fifth Amendment. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I would ask how you found the channel, but you have a constitutional right to not have to tell me that information, especially not without a lawyer present. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So cats are not dinosaurs. Right, Lordy, no. Nictitating membranes are something that dinosaurs had and tons of other animals, you know? It's like saying, oh, if it has legs, it must be a dinosaur. It's like, no, a lot of critters have legs, you know? Yeah. And Arindi says the muscles on that membrane are still there. I can move mine, but sadly not over my whole eye. Yeah. That's one of those cool vestiges from our evolutionary history. You know, we've got a little bit of a leftover there, and some people can actually, they have muscular control over it. But it's not going to go all the way across the eyelid, you know? All the way across the surface of your eyeball. Anyway. Anywho. What were we talking about? Well, we were talking about Deinonychus. Yeah.
10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus.
Deinonychus.
Powerful jaw.
Deinonychus was the really popular, well-known dromaeosaur from the middle 20th century into the late 20th century. And then Jurassic Park came along. The famous velociraptors from Jurassic Park. You know, like right here on the wall. These guys are not velociraptor. This characteristic skull shape is based on Deinonychus. That is 1,000,000% Deinonychus right there, and not Velociraptor. Velociraptor has got a more dorsoventrally compressed snout, lower, you know, kind of compressed from top to bottom like this. Yeah, it's much more boxy in Deinonychus and in the Jurassic Park Velociraptor. Likewise, in the original Jurassic Park film, their remains are shown being dug up in Montana. Here. This is, by the way, not how we normally dig up dinosaur fossils. It's usually much more work involved than this. We don't just use paintbrushes to dig up a beautifully preserved, all articulated, complete skeleton. This practically never, ever, ever happens. But yeah, look at that boxy skull right there. This is very, very clearly supposed to be Deinonychus. And look at the title card there. Badlands near Snakewater, Montana. Not a real place. They actually filmed this in Southern California. But, yeah, that's very clearly supposed to be Deinonychus. Yeah, Velociraptor montanensis. Velociraptor is from Mongolia, so what gives, you know? What's the deal? And the answer goes back to Michael Crichton, who wrote the novel Jurassic Park. I want to set the stage here and just kind of point out that when the book and then the movie Jurassic Park came out, the general public's understanding of dinosaurs was much different than it is today. So much of what the general public knows about dinosaurs comes direct from these films. Right down to the pronunciation of the word Jurassic. Check this out.
It sounds like the perfect place to take the kids, since so many
This is November 16th, 1990.
of them these days are hooked on dinosaurs. A theme park inhabited by specially genetically engineered species of Tyrannosaurus rex and other big lizards. The park is called Jurassic Park. That is also the title of the latest thriller by author Michael Crichton.
Did you hear that? I want to go back one more time. Here.
Engineered species of Tyrannosaurus rex and other big lizards. The park is called Jurassic Park.
This is why I wanted to point this out. The general public, most people had never even heard the word Jurassic before the Jurassic Park films. So here's presumably a well-educated, cultured TV person. She doesn't know how to say it, so she reaches for what she knows. The Jurassic period was named after the Jura Mountains in Europe. I think in Germany, right? I think it's pronounced Jura Mountains, and that's what she was reaching for there. She'd never heard it pronounced before. Almost nobody in the general public had ever heard the word Jurassic before Jurassic Park. And we're not all saying it wrong, Claire Burr. It's pronounced Jurassic. It is. So, yeah.
Tyrannosaurus Rex and other big lizards. The park is called Jurassic Park.
Yeah. I play this just to demonstrate that, like, the world that we're living in today and people's understanding of dinosaurs was shaped so much by the Jurassic Park films. And I think a lot of people forget that. We just kind of take that for granted. But that landscape that we're in today was formed by the Jurassic Park series in that sense. This is just the world that we're living in now.
That is also the title of the latest thriller by author Michael Crichton, the man who brought us the Andromeda Strain and the Great Train Robbery, among others. Good morning and welcome.
Yeah.
Why do I have a feeling that somewhere in your family life there is a little person who loves dinosaurs? Am I right?
There is, yes.
Yeah?
The book actually began when my wife and I were waiting for our first child, and we were decorating the nursery, and I began to buy stuffed dinosaurs. I actually bought a lot of them, and it kind of couldn't stop, and eventually she began to say, what are all these dinosaurs, and why is this happening? And the whole question of children and dinosaurs began to preoccupy me, and I started the book.
And now your little girl is, what, a year and a half?
She's 18 months
And
old.
she's as fascinated by dinosaurs as Daddy was in the beginning.
Yeah, although I think she takes them for granted in a certain way. I mean, we were going to go to the zoo, and I said, what are we going to see in the zoo? And she said zebras. I said, yes. Bears, yes. She said dinos. Has she been reading the book?
I love that. Patrick Crusader says, I always assumed he used Jurassic Park because it was the most famous period. Jurassic and Cretaceous and Triassic are all probably about equally obscure to the general public at the time. Jurassic probably has a slightly better ring than Cretaceous, which is probably why Michael Crichton went with that. But that brings us back to Velociraptor, too. So, at the time that Michael Crichton was writing Jurassic Park, in the 1980s, he wanted to have scientific authenticity be like, one of the keystones of this novel.
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
Cake of the Swamp, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. He wanted the book to have real paleontology in it. He wanted it to feel authentic. He wanted it to be like hard science fiction. And so what he did is he actually talked to a number of paleontologists. He went and he talked to John Ostrom. John Ostrom, whom we saw right here, the discoverer, or at least describer of Deinonychus. And I'm sure John Ostrom was waxing lyrical about this dinosaur, Deinonychus, and Michael Crichton said, aha! This is an ideal antagonist for the novel Jurassic Park. If we want to have like a person-sized dinosaur that's active and fast and intelligent and deadly, Deinonychus fits the bill for that. He may have even asked John Ostrom outright, like, hey, what's a dinosaur I should feature in the novel? He featured a number of other dinosaurs discovered by or named by other paleontologists that he interviewed. People like Jack Horner, who worked on Maiasaura. Maiasaura appears in the novel Jurassic Park. There's another number of other examples like this, too. Ophnelia is one of the dinosaurs from the novel. I'm pretty sure Bob Bacher named that dinosaur. He presumably talked to Bacher, too. Mrs. Severina, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So, okay, he picks Deinonychus, and Deinonychus clearly shows up in the movie Jurassic Park, the raptors are clearly based on Deinonychus.
I'm a paleontologist.
And Captain Click, thank you for the follow. So why in the world does he call it Velociraptor? I've heard many people say, well, you know, he wanted to use Deinonychus, but he didn't like the name as much, so he called it Velociraptor instead. And that's not the whole truth there. The reason is actually because of a book that came out in the 1980s. That I think it's pretty clear that Crichton was referencing. I think there's pretty much a smoking gun that proves this. The book is this, Predatory Dinosaurs of the World, by Gregory S. Paul. You might recognize that name. Greg Paul is one of the better-known paleo artists. And when this book came out, it was one of the best reference guides to dinosaurs ever produced. This chronicles the theropods, two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. And it is comprehensive. It is an excellent book. Just basically laying out what we know about carnivorous dinosaurs at the time. And the look and feel of the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park really heavily influenced by this book, Predatory Dinosaurs of the World. A lot of the concept art from Jurassic Park, a lot of stuff about Dilophosaurus in Jurassic Park, it comes from this book. And so Deinonychus is in this book too. There we go. But crucially, it doesn't get called Deinonychus in this book. It gets called Velociraptor. So when Greg Paul was writing this, this is kind of typical Greg Paul. He sometimes opines on which dinosaur genera should be lumped together. And here, he lumps Deinonychus into the genus Velociraptor. Since Velociraptor was named in 1924, and Deinonychus way later in 1969, Velociraptor has priority. And so, rather than calling it Deinonychus Anteropus, he sinks it into the genus Velociraptor, so Velociraptor Anteropus is what he called it. And that is the name in the Jurassic Park novel. This is probably the only place where this was ever published beforehand. Velociraptor Anteropus is in this book. And then it shows up in Jurassic Park, too. I can find it for you. So, Jurassic Park right here. And should be toward the beginning. I opened up right to it the last time we were talking about this on stream. It might take me a minute here. I think in the... They even talk about that. If I had a PDF, it'd be easily searchable. But, there we go. Here it is. Yes. Alright. So, in my edition, it's on page 129. So, Alan Grant, the paleontologist character, is talking to the kid, Tim. He says, "What do you know about Velociraptor?" Grant asked Tim. He was just making conversation. "It's a small carnivore that hunted in packs, like Deinonychus," Tim said. "That's right," Grant said, "although Deinonychus is now considered one of the Velociraptors." There you go. There it is. There's the smoking gun. You know? The reason why Michael Crichton called it Velociraptor is because of Greg Paul's book. This idea didn't catch on. Velociraptor, the Deinonychus didn't end up getting sunk into Velociraptor. It was like, this is a weird time capsule. In the late 1980s, this was an idea, and it was just kind of... It made its way into the Jurassic Park series, into the novel, and then into the movies. And we, as dinosaur paleontologists, have been kind of living with that ever since. So that's why the Deinonychus in Jurassic Park get called Velociraptor. Yeah, so there we go. The Jurassic Park reconstructions of Velociraptor are much too large for actual Velociraptor, and that's why. Does that make sense? Yeah. But Dyson Dinosaur says, Greg Paul and weird taxonomic ideas. Yeah. I think in a lot of cases his stuff makes sense. But, yeah, in this case it's speculative. They also make the Velociraptors, or Deinonychus, under the guise of Velociraptor. They make them too big in the movie, but it's almost on accident that they make them too big. And Charlie Dragon said butterfly effect. It wouldn't have taken hold or had a big effect if it wasn't for Crichton having picked up on it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. The reason why the Deinonychus are too big in Jurassic Park is because of the practical effects that they used. Because they needed to fit a person into the Velociraptor Deinonychus suit. In the book, they're smaller. They're actual Deinonychus sized, and that's, like, totally authentic and real. It's like they're, you know, shy of 5 feet tall. They're about 9 feet long. That's how they're described in the novel, if I remember correctly. They had to be bigger in the movie because you needed to be able to fit a person in the costume. So, we've watched this before, but it's really cool. Take a look. I think you'll like this. Yeah. And Captain Click, they did have feathers. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Yeah.
So what we're looking at here is a 1/5 scale model to test the proof of concept of putting a man inside of a raptor suit. And the man that you're seeing right now is a model of me, John Rosengrant. I was inside the raptor costume along with Mark Crash McCreary.
So that's why they had to make them too big. Bigger than actual Deinonychus.
What you're looking at right now is what the girls are doing is they're cutting up out of foam and L200 a mock-up or a really elaborate garbage bag test.
This is so cool.
I call it garbage bag test because it dates back to when we did Aliens for Jim Cameron. We actually constructed a queen alien full size out of garbage bags and foam core similar to this, but to prove that proof of concept.
And yeah, they're even Stan Winston.
Right here is the same thing.
Oh man, he was the goat, as the kids would say.
And if you frame out this figure from about the knees down, you can kind of see how it was going to be used. And in the film, there's several scenes where it's used. There's two of them walking in the kitchen.
There we go.
And we did exactly what we're talking about, framing it out.
That's not CG. That's an actual practical effect for that shot.
Here's some tests of it running. So it's very organic and it was very mobile.
Very cool stuff.
So it was trying to figure out all the ways to make this stuff work. Right now you're looking at a kind of an elaborate test of a neck mechanism that Stan had come up with.
Oh, that's neat.
Very clever. You can see Stan's kind of working on with me part of this chicken head bird-like movement. And inside of it, I actually had rods that controlled the basic head move and tilt and turn. And so all of this was being refined during this process. And the
an interesting Dyson Dinosaur. I've heard that, but I've never actually seen it.
And the arms on it would end up being radio controlled. But here's the beginnings of getting that sort of bird-like head movement. Crash and Stan are joking around with, but what we were doing is trying to work out the range of movement. And Stan's doing other things. Always the joker. But at this point, what you're seeing is Crash and I would train together and get ready for this. But at this point, there's rough skins on this. We're really starting to refine, how it's going to work, get control of the head. And at this point, I think I may have control over the jaw. I'm not, to be honest, I can't remember if that ended up being separate or not, or if we ended up controlling. No, I actually do remember now. We had control over the jaw.
Very cool
and
stuff.
The head moves. You can see it's come a long way since the very first tests. Here, it's very mobile. Now, these are the legs for the scene, which was attached to the whole suit, where I step in the doorway and it stands up and it starts hooting for the other raptor to come in the kitchen. Here it is with the paint is getting...
So anyway, you get the idea. The whole point of making it too big was almost, you know, a mistake, because you had to be able to fit a person inside of it. So that's why it's a little too big for Deinonychus. I'm not actually sure what the absolute maximum size for Deinonychus is. For a lot of dinosaurs that we don't have like a fully mature specimen, like with an EFS, an external fundamental signature, and the histology and everything else. Maybe Deinonychus did get close to this size. I don't know. But most Deinonychus specimens have been significantly smaller than this. They had to make it big to put a guy in there. I'll give you a link to this from Stan Winston School. Really cool. If you're interested in practical special effects, the truly special effects, you know? A lot of CG doesn't feel special anymore. These are special effects. If you're interested in this kind of thing, check out that channel from Stan Winston School. Really cool stuff. But yeah. EFS shouldn't be external fundamental system or external fundamental signature. I've heard it either way, Filippo. But yeah. I don't know if we have one for Deinonychus. I don't know if any of the ones that we have are actually skeletally mature. I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah. Anywho. And Fluffy Deinonychus says, I always believe practical effects are greater than CG. I think it's always more interesting. And oftentimes much more convincing. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to put together a Velociraptor puppet for special in-person events. So, here's a clip from TwitchCon. Me and Velia, the Velociraptor. I wanted to show people that Velociraptor had feathers and it wasn't as big as in the movie Jurassic Park. I wanted to give people a sense for what this animal was actually like. So I put together Velia, Velociraptor puppet. And, yeah, this was a ton of fun. Thank you again to Yogurt Garrel and Ms. Yvette for helping out with this stream at TwitchCon this year.
Yeah.
She should have a booth next.
Absolutely. Casey,
And there you go, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, you're right.
see if we can get you partnered beforehand as well. I can't be too far off, I imagine. Yeah, let's go walk around over Artist Alley. Hang on.
There's Astro Canuck and Nerduino there.
We got the screen back on. Yeah, ready? Nerduino is here. Hey guys. And Astro Canuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt a little bit interrupting, but.
Hey guys, how you doing? We're having a great time here at TwitchCon.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Well, I did mean to interrupt, but I hope it wasn't too disruptive.
No.
Yeah.
Panel was awesome.
Fantastic.
Yeah, really good.
Great. I'm really happy to hear it.
It was standing room only.
Fantastic.
They did a panel with NASA, which is really cool. Shout out to Nerduino and Astro Canuck here.
Right.
They're, if you're not yet following them, if you're interested in astronomy, follow both of these guys.
Cool.
Astro Canuck does a bunch of astrophotography and stuff, and Nerduino is a former NASA scientist.
Walking around anywhere?
Yeah, they're here somewhere. They're going to be at the meetup tomorrow as well. So it's beautiful.
Anyway, good stuff. It was a ton of fun just walking around with Velia, and the reactions I would get from some people just, yeah, I don't know. There were people in tears. They're like, oh my goodness, I've always wanted to meet a dinosaur. And,
Or something?
yeah.
We're not 100% sure yet. Yeah.
I overheard that you were actually a paleontologist,
Yeah,
so I was
so I
like,
actually
I
work
figured
on
I'd take my
dinosaurs.
questions here.
I appreciate that. That's what I do on stream.
That's awesome.
When I'm not in the field, and then I guess also when I am in the field, I answer a lot of questions.
I'll check you out.
Casey says, the number of people who said yes to the have you ever met a velociraptor question really got me.
Yeah,
translated to bird.
That looks like
Feathers, yeah.
That looks like size accurate, right?
Yeah, yeah. So the Velociraptors from Jurassic Park, way too big.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Closer to a Deinonychus than that.
Exactly, yeah.
But
That's exactly right.
This guy knows his stuff.
90s, like 94, 95. I remember going to a public library and looking it up and reading it and seeing they had it was just illustrations, hand drawn. And they're like, well, they're not that big. They're closer to a coyote in size.
Yep.
I was like, interesting. And they look like this, like that. And I'm like, oh, okay.
She's actually pretty big for a Velociraptor, but about 6-7 feet long. Yeah.
Well, it was that snout to tail.
Exactly. Yeah. So turkey size, if we're talking about the body, I guess.
It's still long when you really think.
For sure. Yeah. And not the kind of animal you'd want to run into in a dark alley, you know.
No, because they're kind of like, you know.
Yeah.
This is so much fun. I'm planning on doing a bunch of public events with Velia in the near future. So that's gonna be pretty cool. I'm excited about that. Anywho, yeah. So it was Jurassic Park that really brought the name Velociraptor to public attention. Most people in the general public had never heard of this animal before that movie, and now a lot of people, their concept of Velociraptor is very wrong, very out of date because of Jurassic Park. And because of Jurassic World. Holy cow. In 2015, when they rebooted the Jurassic Park franchise, made it Jurassic World, the people behind that movie had a golden opportunity to update the public's perception of dinosaurs, to bring it into the 21st century. And they botched it. They completely dropped the ball, unfortunately. You know, they could have given the public feathered dromaeosaurs like this, instead of the cartoony, scaly, lizardy ones that we got that frankly looked more lizard-like than the ones that did in 1993 in the original Jurassic Park. We know these animals had feathers. It is a done deal. It is incontrovertible. They could have shown the world that. It could have been that almost every person in the world would understand that these animals had feathers if they had run with that in the Jurassic World series. And they didn't. And it was such a misstep, you know? Kind of par for the course with that series, frankly. As you can tell, I'm not very fond of Jurassic World. And Real Men Grow Beards says they gave them quills in Jurassic Park 3 and then forgot about them. Exactly. Yeah. Anywho. They did put feathers on the Pyroraptor, which was horrendously ugly and inaccurate in a whole bunch of other ways. Ugh. The teeth going way back, way too far back along the maxilla, so they're behind the eye and stuff, and it was swimming underneath ice on a lake. It was just garbage. It almost felt like a slap in the face to paleontologists. I was downright offended by this. Anywho. But, yeah, here. Take a look at this video from Vox.
When Jurassic Park first came out.
It's entitled, Jurassic Park was ahead of its time. Jurassic World is not. Here.
When Jurassic Park first came out in 1993, it was a pretty groundbreaking depiction of dinosaurs.
It really was.
Steven Spielberg certainly took plenty of artistic liberties.
Yeah, so Dilophosaurus didn't have a neck frill like that. It was actually a lot larger. Skull looked different, all that stuff. Yeah, the depiction of Dilophosaurus is definitely not my favorite. But this helped it made our lives easier as paleontologists in the sense that, you know, the depiction of dinosaurs was groundbreaking. It really was.
When Jurassic Park first came out in 1993, it was a pretty groundbreaking depiction of dinosaurs. Steven Spielberg certainly took plenty of artistic liberties, but overall, the movie was so much better than what had come before in terms of recreating what scientists knew about how dinosaurs looked and how they moved.
Yep.
The character Alan Grant was actually a bit ahead of his time.
Look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly.
Yep.
No, seriously.
Back then, the claim that birds evolved from dinosaurs was still controversial. Now it's widely accepted. But in
and we'll be talking all about that later this month as Thanksgiving approaches. As Turkey Day is just around the corner, we'll be talking about how we know that birds evolved from dinosaurs and all these skeletal similarities that they have and all that stuff. November on this channel is always Birds Are Dinosaurs Month. So stay tuned for that.
In the late 1990s, the science started speeding ahead, and the movies just didn't keep up. Even the latest installment, Jurassic World, shot in ultra-high-definition 3D, it features dinosaurs that are out of date.
And they also look fake, too. Like, it looks so much worse than they did in the 90s. It's nuts.
Three years after the first Jurassic Park movie was released, scientists in China uncovered a feathered dinosaur for the first time, Sinosauropteryx.
Yeah, so this critter, not only do we have emotes of this animal, if you're a tier 2 or tier 3 sub, you've got those. Sinosauropteryx was the first, like, incontrovertible feathered dinosaur that we ever found. It's really, really cool and interesting in that, we can actually determine what colors this animal was by looking at those preserved pigments in the fossil feathers. So we know that this animal was kind of a, you know, orangish brown, maybe orange, white stripes running up its tail. Pretty handsome looking critter.
But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen.
Hoy descubrimos. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Y gracias por seguirme. Happy 100th anniversary of Velociraptor today. Bit shifted. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. But yeah. Anyway, Sinosauropteryx. Remarkable critter. We're 3D printing one right now. There is the hips and the hind leg. Here, give me just a second. Yesterday, we were printing the head and neck, and then last night I printed part of the torso and the right hind leg. Yeah, hopefully, maybe by the end of tomorrow's stream, we'll have this thing done. We can glue it together, and then I can paint it, just like the real thing. That is going to be pretty cool. So I'm pretty excited about that. Sinosauropteryx, Dyson dinosaur. Sinosauropteryx, which might actually be a juvenile of another large carnivorous dinosaur, but we'll talk about that later. But for Birds Are Dinosaurs Month for November, I figured it would be important to have a model of this critter in the office so that while we're talking about feathered dinosaurs, we'll have a good example of it. This was the first feathered dinosaur to really make headlines.
Scientists in China uncovered a feathered dinosaur for the first time, Sinosauropteryx. It takes very specific conditions for the Earth to record soft tissues like these primitive feathers. The animals had to be buried quickly before decomposing, and in fine-grained sediment. It turned out that this part of China, Liaoning province, saw major volcanic eruptions around 120 million years ago, which provided these very conditions. And more than 30 feathered dinosaur species have been unearthed there and in some other places since 1996.
Yep.
These fuzzy dinosaurs were mostly two-legged meat eaters, part of a group that's closely related to birds in the dinosaur family tree. That group includes many of the dinosaurs featured in the Jurassic Park movies.
Yeah, ornithomimids, like
These
elements.
guys probably had feathers of some sort for insulation or decoration. And that includes the raptors. Jurassic Park 3 sort of nodded to the new research by giving them a little bit of a hairdo, but their feathers probably looked more like this.
Yep.
A velociraptor fossil from the Gobi Desert revealed bumps on the forearm, similar to the wing attachments on modern birds.
So we've got smoking gun evidence that Velociraptor in particular was feathered, if that only comes from Velociraptor. It's been disputed recently. Might be from a related dromaeosaur, but same difference, you know? I'm sure if you were to, like, go through all of the Velociraptor specimens that we have, all the ulnae, you'd probably find quill knobs on at least some of them.
That means the raptors had wings. And what about T-Rex? There's no direct evidence, but a few years ago, scientists found a 30-foot dinosaur with some feathers, the biggest yet so far. Yutyrannus is thought to be closely related to T-Rex, so it's possible that the most famous and feared dinosaur might have been sort of fluffy.
Yeah, I've heard some other theropod workers say that Yutyrannus might actually turn out to be like an allosauriid rather than a coelurosaur like Tyrannosaurus. We'll see. And Sinosauropteryx from the same time and place as Yutyrannus. There's a chance it might turn out to be a juvenile Yutyrannus. In which case, we would keep the name Sinosauropteryx because that one was named first. Yutyrannus would be rechristened, sunk into Sinosauropteryx. It's a difficult hypothesis to test, but it's an intriguing idea, you know? Yeah. Canyonero Boy says, did larger dinosaurs have proportionally larger feathers? It depends which ones we're talking about. But yeah, there were some dinosaurs that had great big feathers coming off of their arms, like almost like flight feathers. I don't know if they were asymmetrical like true flight feathers, but critters like Gigantoraptor. This animal here would have had some big honking feathers, presumably. Yeah. But so far, the largest dinosaur that we have fossil feathers preserved on is Yutyrannus right here.
It's the biggest yet so far.
Yeah.
Yutyrannus is thought to be closely related to T-Rex, so it's possible that the most famous and feared dinosaur might have been sort of fluffy. It's not clear how universal feathers were among dinosaurs, but while most of the specimens are theropods, there have been a few interesting findings from way over on the other side of the family tree.
Yeah.
These two have bristles of some sort, which may or may not be related to bird feathers.
The Psittacosaur thing might not be
found
actual
last year
bristles,
has
but
even
whatever.
more complex feather-like filaments. These fossils may indicate that feather precursors date back to some of the dinosaurs' earliest common ancestors.
Yep.
Jurassic World could have introduced feathered dinosaurs to a huge audience this year.
And they should have. Holy cow, it would make my life so much easier as a dinosaur paleontologist if that's just in the cultural ether. If that's the zeitgeist, people would know about this from the movie. I wouldn't have to stop and explain the whole feathered dinosaur thing so often. But they really dropped the ball on this. Blame the leadership there.
But it didn't. According to Jack Horner, a paleontologist that worked on all 4 films, the decision was made for the sake of consistency.
Which it doesn't... Jack is trying to cover for them here. He wanted them to have feathers back in 1993, before we even had, like, smoking gun proof that dinosaurs had feathers. You know, Jack was on board with this idea since the 80s, basically, that you would have had feathered dinosaurs. He was right there with, oh, Jack would cringe to hear me say this, but he was right there with Bacher. Let me show you, Bacher's book. Oops, from 1986. There we go. Bacher put feathers on his Deinonychus way back then. So, Lore, thank you for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Yeah, there's Bacher's feathered Deinonychus. way back in 1986. Jack wanted the dinosaurs to have feathers too in 1993, and Spielberg told him no. I guess it would be too difficult to animate, and I don't know, Spielberg just wasn't really on board with the idea. But yeah, this excuse, you know, I realize Jack is trying to be diplomatic about this and trying to be a good sport, but consistency of how the dinosaurs looked across all the movies, they look different in every movie anyway. The raptors, the Deinonychus, they look different from the first to the second movie. They look different in the third movie. They're not consistent across them at all, you know? Yeah. So, we can find a chart. Yeah, look. Like, they're always changing throughout the movies. They look different in all three of those. And, you know, so it's not like they really have consistency anyway. Whatever, you know? Anyhow.
But you have to assume that they also just weren't up for the task of making feathers into something scary.
And I thoroughly disagree with that. Here's a link to this video from Vox. Did an excellent job with that. But, let's see. It's not difficult to make a feathered animal scary. I mean, shoot, take a look at this right here. That is such a cool animation, and yeah, it's all about the presentation, you know? There are a lot of feathered animals today that could be intensely scary. There are ones that outright just kill people. Things like cassowaries. There are several recorded instances of them just straight up gutting people and they bleed to death. So yeah. Or geese, the raven, there you go. Shoebills, Gazaway, yes. Anyway, Gay Hibiscus says, I wonder if it could have been cost-related. Needing more work, money, maybe, but there have been other films that have really successfully done feathered characters in CG. What was the one called with the owls? There we go, Legend of the Guardians. I didn't see it, but I'm aware of it. And, yeah. They did a magnificent job with feathers from a few seconds of clips that I've seen. So it's, I don't know. Like, give your CG artists some credit. They can do feathers and they can make them scary too. Speaking of that also, the whole feathers aren't scary thing. What's his name? Is it Randall Monroe who does XKCD? Oops. Anyway, this is a, open image in new tab. Here we go. Webcomic. I love this so much. So, there's a little girl and, like, a young woman. Young woman asks, what are you reading about? Girl says, dinosaurs. Oh, yeah. They've gotten all weird since when I was a kid. And they used to be awesome, but now they all have dorky feathers, right? And she goes, yep. This says they now think raptors use their wings for stability, flapping to stay on top of their prey while hanging on with their hooked claws and eating it alive.
It may be something that's never been seen
and
before.
She just stands there for a second, and then she sits down and starts reading too. There's a citation for a paper here. This is by my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. Really, really cool paper. Denver Fowler is lead author on this. And, I just give me a link to there it is, in PLOS One. Open access paper, no paywall. Really cool. You should read it if you're interested in this kind of thing. There's a link right there. So Denver's idea is basically that dromaeosaurs like Deinonychus or Velociraptor. Thank you, Johnny Strange, and more Fias 27 for the follows. Welcome, welcome. The idea is the reason why these animals had feathered wings, despite not being able to fly, and the reason why they've got these big hook-like claws, is that they would hook that into their prey and flap in order to stay upright. They're still generating lift. That could possibly be the origin of the flight stroke. As the animal struggles, and they're just eating it while it's struggling.
Complete. There are always missing bones, missing parts.
Tempty-tastic, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. But yeah. This is a behavior that we see in modern birds of prey. If something like a golden eagle or another big acipterid like that, if it catches a prey item that's too heavy to lift off the ground and fly away with, say like a big jackrabbit, what they'll do is they'll stand on top of it, they'll sink those big hooked claws into the prey item, and as it struggles, they flap in order to stay upright. And so they flap while the animal's struggling. When it stops, they'll eat a few bites. When it struggles more, they keep flapping. So yeah, that is truly scary. I mean, imagine that. If they'd put that in one of the Jurassic World films, that's like nightmare-inducing. They could have done that. It would have been so cool, and it would have been real, you know? But they didn't want to do that. They wanted to make like a cut-rate fan film, just, you know, intellectual property nonsense. Don't get me started. Anywho. And Lamp says also feathers allow for more visual interest from a design standpoint. Yeah, and more emotion, too. You know, ruffled feathers, head crest coming up, stuff like that. Makes animals much more expressive when you're animating them. So yeah. Anywho, but yeah. Oh, and Reman Gruby, thank you for reposting that from ARC 214. Small question. I'm an educator, and my fellow teacher is doing a big thing with dinosaurs for her class. Do you have any good resources you recommend for a 3rd grade class? 3rd grade. I can turn you on to some good books. Tom Holtz's Dinosaur Encyclopedia is a great place to start. It's advertised as for all ages, and I don't think it'd be too advanced for your 3rd graders, especially if they're pretty clever. Phenomenal illustrations, good science, and it's surprisingly up to date for being written in, 2005, 2006? This is an excellent book. Highly recommend it. Trying to think of any documentaries. Here, I'll show you a clip from Prehistoric Planet, and you can tell me whether you think it's too advanced for the kiddos. Let's see. Here we go. This is from, well, this is one of their, like, behind-the-scenes things, but it shows clips from the actual program as well. Did Velociraptor have feathers? The answer is yes.
The bones of dinosaurs are often very well preserved indeed, but that's not the case with the skin or the soft parts. So imagining what they looked like has been largely a matter of guesswork. But now some truly exceptional fossils have been discovered that have changed all that. One of the most startling discoveries has been the presence of feathers on a large number of species, including Velociraptor.
Yeah. I wish they were a little more brightly colored, but yeah. That's one of my only critiques of Prehistoric Planet is that I wish a lot of the dinosaurs were more brightly colored. You know? Dinosaurs had full color vision. They could see more colors than we can, because Like birds, who inherited their eyes from their dinosaur ancestors, dinosaurs could almost certainly see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. And so they could perceive colors that we can scarcely imagine as mere primates, you know? Yeah, it would have been really cool to see the velociraptors a little bit more brightly colored, but...
The idea that dinosaurs like Velociraptor were fully feathered is no longer at all controversial. We currently know of about 60 dinosaur species that are completely covered in feathers, just like modern birds.
And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. That's a good point.
Fossilized feathers have been discovered
check on the
in
3D
China.
printer.
This is an image of a specimen that was found in 2015. It's called Zhenhua Long. And you can probably guess from these huge claws on its feet that it was related to a velociraptor.
Also a dromaeosaur, remember, the same family.
Also, you can see amazingly perfect detail of feathers down its tail and more on its arms, its wings. For Velociraptor in particular, fossils have even been found with indentations in the bone.
Yep, quill knobs.
Exactly where feathers would have been positioned.
So it would have looked very different from that scaly monster that we're familiar with. It would have been coated in lots and lots of feathers and would have looked a lot more like a kind of really terrifying turkey.
Oh, don't say turkey. Say eagle. Say vulture. Say something with more, you know, gravitas.
Why would a flightless predator like Velociraptor need feathers in the first place? A downy coat.
Just for thick feathers, yeah.
It's
a way to keep the feathers kind of attached in a,
would have made
firm way.
Velociraptors even more deadly, allowing them to attack unsuspecting prey where no other hunter would be able to venture.
When we look at modern
groundhog,
animals,
I like
we see
that.
that feathers are useful for so much more than just flying. For an animal like Velociraptor, feathers would have helped to control movement, particularly when the animal was leaping, climbing, or changing direction during a hunt.
Sure.
Feathers can also function as a kind of suit of armor, providing protection from the blows of prey, as well as from
Seiko Art's great question. I'll get to that right after this.
And that would have allowed them to succeed even in the most difficult terrains.
Cool stuff. Anyway, those are clips from Prehistoric Planet. Really excellent series. So, who was it who was asking about that for their third graders? I can't recommend Prehistoric Planet highly enough. It is phenomenal. Yeah, and you can watch it for free. You can get a free trial for Apple Plus TV or whatever they call it. It's so good, and I like to think your third graders would really like it. Somebody was asking, let's see, Kasaiko Art says, when did feathers as we know them evolve, as opposed to proto-feathers? It's a good question. It would have been sometime back in the Jurassic. So in the earlier half of the age of dinosaurs, because we have fossils like that of Anchiornis that show that troodontid dinosaurs like this had feathers, like full-on flight feather type feathers, you know, with the central rachis and all of the barbs coming off of it like that. Yeah, so we had critters like this back in the Jurassic period. You also have animals like Archaeopteryx from slightly after this, and we've known for ages that Archaeopteryx had full-on flight feathers. So yeah. Maybe feathers like this evolved in the late Triassic or something. We don't really know for sure. The fossil record for feathers like this is still pretty spotty, even with a lot of the discoveries that we've made in China and places like that. So, yeah. But so far, the dinosaur that seems to be closest to true birds without quite being a true bird itself, the general consensus is that it's probably Anchiornis so far, who's from the late Jurassic of China. Yeah, about 160 million years old. So this is a little bit older than Archaeopteryx. And some of these fossils are just absolutely exquisite. You can see those full-on feathers from 160 million years ago. It's pretty impressive. It really is. And Scorch Hellfire says, what were those longer leg feathers for? Here, I'll show you a clip from Life on Our Planet. That'll help explain that, I think. There we go.
This is Anchiornis.
Yeah.
She's
Sorry,
a
no
small,
subtitles.
Feathered dinosaur. With needle-sharp teeth for hunting insects.
You recognize that voice? It's, from the Half-Life video game series. It's Morgan Freeman. Uh-oh.
And he's hungry.
Sign Raptor. There you go, Squiggles, yeah.
Anchiornis is slow and clumsy.
But she's got a trick up her feathery sleeve.
The Cyan Raptor has her cornered. But Anchiornis has run here for a reason.
So it's thought that these animals could glide, and the feathers coming off of the hind limbs might act kind of like a rudder for steering.
One small step for a dinosaur, for life on Earth.
Sorry, it's kind of chopped up here, but
these early gliders, a new dynasty was born.
Yeah. The birds.
And it was flight that would help their descendants stay alive in the era after the asteroid.
Yep. Good stuff. But yeah. Anywho. With that having been said, happy 100 years of Velociraptor today. November 7th, 1924, Velociraptor was first published in this in-house journal for the American Museum of Natural History. And now, November 7th, 2024, it's been 100 years. 100 years of Velociraptor. I think it's been a pretty good 100 years. I'm looking forward to see what we learn about this animal and its relatives over the next century. I already know of some changes that are forthcoming. We will, we'll cover those pieces of news as they come out, new publications, new discoveries, reinterpretations of previously discovered fossils. It's gonna be good. So, I hope you'll join me for that, as we've got these upcoming streams. I'll also be streaming tomorrow for like a special stream, Sweetie Pie. My goodness, you're all over the place. And thank you, Next Gen Cog, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Tomorrow, we've got a special stream. Let's throw Deinonychus, aka the Jurassic Park Velociraptor, under our credits here. Thank you to everybody who's about to be named in our credits. New followers, new subscribers, resubscribers, cheerers, gifters, moderators. Appreciate all of you. Raiders, too. Thank you for all of your support, making these things possible. Tomorrow, we're having a special bonus Friday stream, and we'll be talking about science and its role in society. We'll be talking about science and policy and politics. We've just had an election here in the US, and pretty clear that science is going to be under attack. If you want to know what we can do about that, how we can help promote science in an age of unreason, tune in tomorrow, because that's what we'll be talking about. Anyway, thank you everybody for making this a wonderful stream. Hope you've learned something about Velociraptor today. I've learned some things today too. And I hope you'll tune in tomorrow. It looks like, let's see, who have we got? Looks like Rhacodactylus is on right now. There we go. Nope, hang on. How do I stop raid? I typed in the wrong person. Cancel. There we go. There's an underscore. Rhacodactylus underscore Dactylus. There we go. Rhacodactylus is himself a scientist, and he streams here on Twitch. Right now he's playing The Legend of Zell something. Fill in the blanks. We're gonna go say hello to him. Everybody, thank you for your viewership, for your attention, for your good questions, for your enthusiasm, for your support. And I'll see you all tomorrow, I hope. Right now, let's go check out Rhacodactylus. I'll see you there.